Rev up and get ready for race day with Mission Foods. The world's best racers and tastiest products come together to make every race delicious. Fully loaded tacos, fast wraps, piled high nachos. Whatever you crave, Mission will help you be race ready with easy-to-make recipes that will take your race day to the finish line. Keep your racing delicious and enjoy all the mouth-watering action. Brought to you by Mission Foods. Too fast, too tasty.
Hawk Performance packs 100 years of friction dynamics into every product. Backed by Carlisle Brake and Friction, the world's premier innovator of industrial brake and friction components, Hawk leverages R&D tools and motorsports experience to deliver uncompromising performance on the street. There's no reason to settle for less. Choose pads that are race-proven and street legal. Find the Hawk Performance brake dealer near you at hawkperformance.com.
An important decision is afoot. This man is about to buy tires on TireRack.com. Tire Rack is the leading online retailer of tires in North America and a repository of advice and expert reviews. And it's done! All that's left is to arrange for safe, easy installation at one of our independent recommended installers. Well, I guess he did that too. TireRack.com, the way tire buying should be.
One of the main reasons for poor vehicle performance is a dirty fuel system. It can cause decreased fuel economy and actually do harm to your engine over time. By adding Lucas fuel treatment to your vehicle, it cleans and lubricates the entire fuel system, pump, carburetors, fuel injectors, and valves as you drive. It also improves your vehicle's performance. It's a non-solvent product designed to protect both gasoline and diesel engines. Lucas fuel treatment. It works.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Mission Foods Watkins Glen SpeedTour. This is International GT Feature Race 1. Let me bring you around here. We'll talk to Joel. So, Joel Johnson, first time with IGT, and you're in a dangerous position. I don't know if you know this. You're in a pank sandwich. First time here to qualify second. That's got to feel pretty good.
Feels really good. I was worried about these two guys. I know they're really quick, and their cars look like they've raced a lot. So
they don't mind rubbing.
Yeah. That's what it looks like.
And with this pristine car here, we hope that none of that happens. That's not what International GT is about. But you are, like I said, you're in this pank sandwich. You've got father, son. They are very competitive with each other. So they're not hard to miss. You know, they're very bright, but just be careful out there.
All right, sounds good. I'm excited.
Nice. We're excited that you're here. How do you explain International GT to your friends? Being this is your first weekend, they're like, what is that?
You know, I'm amazed at the size of this event, all the other things going on, the activities going on, all the vendors that are here and so on. So I just think it's a really big time event. It's got a great feel to it. I'd encourage anybody to run a few races here.
And you're with Speed Sport. Very good. Nice job. Well, that's Joel Johnson, first time here. Then we come up here to Tom Pank, all the way from Maryland. And I was telling Joel, who's first here, Tom, first weekend for this guy, and he's in a pank sandwich. So hopefully, you and Lucas give him a good welcome. But you've won here many times in IGT. What's your strategy?
I'm just going to go and have fun. It's a great track, great event. And I got the car in good shape, perfect setup. And I'm just going to go for it.
Nice. I love it. Well, that's Tom Pank. He says he's just going to go for it, which is pretty funny. So we come up here now to Lucas Pank. We've got the 5-minute mark there from Dave Cole. So we've got Lucas Pank here. Then Mr. Farhang, I'm going to talk. We'll let him get in the car because we're at 5 minutes, but I want to point this out. Farhang here, the 412, is a professional violin player. So coming in here to Porsche, most people think of the violin as pretty relaxing, like symphony music, but I know you play a little bit of everything. Can you get aggressive in a Porsche?
I can get aggressive on a violin and in a Porsche, but it's not about aggression. It's about having fun, being safe, good sportsmanship.
Well, good luck out there. Then we come over here to Mark Sandridge. Mark Sandridge is going to be running one of our camera cars. Actually, no. That's Party Vardy. And wait, is that Mark? Oh, no, that's Mark. That's Mark. I'm just making sure. I thought for a second it was Joe. But Mark Sandridge here from Medina, Ohio. Then we've got David Tuwadi all the way Miami. Check out this Miami sound machine right here. Tuwadi, welcome back, man. And I know you love Watkins Glen. What's your strategy?
Happy to be here. Just really, go fast, take chances, have fun.
Nice. Take chances. Not too many chances now, and I can hear Trish talking to him on the radio. Then, speaking of the Mission Foods Watkins Glen SpeedTour, this is the Mission Foods car driven by none other than Juan Gonzalez, Mission Foods. So, Juan, welcome to your own event. You've got Butch Lightsinger over here. So what's your strategy when the green flag drops?
Today, we've been practicing different setting on the car. So it kind of worked yesterday in our third test. And we're going to see if we can put it in work today,
I love it. Well, there you go. So check out the white checkerboard. Should be the 81X. So we've got 3 minutes on the grid. Then these two, Thomas Ballister and Juan, went at it at Sonoma this year. They never got more than a couple car lengths. But this is a different car to you, Tommy. So I'm loving this new livery. You still got the same sponsors on it, but what's your strategy to try to get by this 81?
Good morning, Ben. Thanks, and I'd love to see you guys again. I want to shout out for Jose Bonilla, a friend of mine, who lent me the car. But Juan and I, we have a strategy. He's going to let me pass. Hopefully.
That's awesome. Well, Bonilla's right here on the door, so big shout out to him. Have fun out there, Tommy. Then we come up here, Nick Groombridge in a different car to us, new livery for Nick. Bob Wyson here from Mentor, Ohio. Then David Hampton all the way from Bend, Oregon. David Hampton's almost done every event with us this year. Really cool car. I think the first Cayman, the first Stuttgart. Then we come back here to some more Stuttgart cars. So we've got a little bit of everything. We've got 3 minutes on the grid. This is going to be an unbelievable Mission Foods GT Trophy Cup, but also Stuttgart Cup. I think we've got 19 cars taking the green. It's getting loud down here. So I'm going to throw it to you in the booth, Jonathan. I'm going to come join you.
Start to see here at Watkins Glen, especially as these official races start, the grandstands that are right by turn number one, they start to be kind of the more populated spaces around here because people know that's where that action's going to be. They know that's where the things are going to get a little congested, and they know that that is going to be the more difficult spot for a lot of these racers to navigate. It's right at the beginning of the race, so you really got to be on your toes right from the start. Of course, you get that warm-up lap around, but then once you start getting going here, again, it's going to be a great 22.
Great to see Juan Gonzalez out there too. David Tuwadi coming back into the series. There's the 27 of Robert Wisen. You heard about him. David Hampton there. And also Jordan Sandridge as well as Mark. And the few that they didn't get to, Ben didn't get to in there, were Rocco Ginetta in a Cayman 3.8. He lines up in 12th position ahead of Jordan Sandridge in 13th. Mark Julian in 14th position. Julian just ahead of Thomas Bigoni in 15th position in another Cayman. They've got GT3.8s there. And then Spencer Proper and Jeffrey Thompson and Torsten Gross. That's your full field for this first of 3 races this weekend. All part of the SVRA SpeedTour weekend. And of course, we've got Trans Am for the first time this season on a Friday. So looking forward to that as the Ginetta takes us around the track through the bus stop. And it's a great time for the fans here too. They spend their summers out here, get the RV out. And we go on board with Mark Sandridge in the 991. Sandridge Crafted Foods. Great to have a little bit of onboard action, and it's all here for you. Gears in the middle, throttle, brake, obviously. Speed there, bottom left, and the best lap will be right at the bottom, and you can also see the rev counter. But more importantly, you can watch his hands and see his feet doing the job of a professional racing driver.
Yeah, it's so great to have Mark Sandridge here, one of our long-time International GT competitors. I think probably since Bill Riddell isn't out there, Colin Cohen, he is now the most veteran IGT driver. Tom Pank and Lucas Pank have been with IGT a long time. Now, we do the pace laps on the short course just to save time, and then we are racing the road course. So, we do the NASCAR track as the pace lap, just so you guys don't get thrown off. But we are doing the big boy track today.
Yep, and the Ginetta, as you can see, has the lights off, which means it will pull off and into the pits, which it does, leaving us to go racing. We're not bowling, we are racing here at Watkins Glen. But here we go. Thomas Pank leading the way in the Dayglow Green. Alongside him, for the first time, Joel Johnson will want to get a good start. Lucas Pank looks to the inside, can't quite do it. On board with Sandridge. And it's almost a sandwich.
Yeah, Russell Farhang. Oh, no!
Oh, no!
Oh, no!
2 cars gone.
And that's our camera car, Mark Sandridge there.
Oh, no.
I was just about to brag on Russell there. Russell Farhang took that outside line and then just lost it getting back on the power. We were talking to Russell here beforehand. This is only his second event, and that stinks for him, man. That's not what we want to see here in International GT, but we are still going. They're hoping that he fires up. This is a long course.
I would absolutely say we're going to get it's green at the moment, but I just feel that we're going to get a safety car because there's damage to the barriers as well, and they'll want to check that. And sure enough, prediction true, yellow flags out. Sorry to be the harbinger of bad news, but that was kind of going to happen, wasn't it? The cars drift down into the boot for the first time, but we're under caution here for Race 1 International GT. Been a good season, Ben, as always.
Yeah, great season. That is so unfortunate for Mark Sandridge because this is the second time that live on our live stream that he has been hit to no fault of his own.
Yeah, I don't think so.
And the contact is very rare in International GT. We kind of covered that, but this is a no-contact sport. This is kind of the flag football equivalent of racing. But just what happened there is Russell, who just got a little bit too hot coming out of one and then came over, and then Mark just happened to be there. So totally unfortunate. Very sorry for Russell Farhang and Mark Sandridge. But both cars look like they're going to be able to be fixed before the next race this afternoon, Jonathan.
Yep, and I doubt I'm taking bets now on whether Ken will join us because he did say in the driver's briefing that the one thing he wouldn't put up with was not getting through the first lap. Let's have a look at what you see here, Ben, as we go into the first corner.
Watch the 412, the dark car with the green lines coming around. Then he gets on the power on the curbing and then just comes across. So David Tuati did a great job of missing him there. And it's just one of those parts of the track that curbing gets slick. Even it's a painted gloss, so that curbing does get slick on these Pirelli P0s. And because of the short pace lap, the tires aren't warm enough there. So I think that was just a cool tires thing. But unbelievable. We see Mark Sandridge there trying to pull in, so we appreciate that from Mark. The Sandridge Crafted Foods, if you've ever had a grandma's salad, he's trying to point to the safety workers like to let him come through, but so hopefully the corner workers showing him there.
It's not that bad the damage, but bad enough.
We've got some tire carcass there because it cut down the tire. So not the start that we wanted. In International GT, like I said, they do not like metal-to-metal contact, and I think that was just cold tires on the painted surface, and he just went into Mark Sandridge. So unfortunately, that's what happened.
Yeah, it's tough first quarter, always is at Watkins Glen. And
I'm hearing we actually have some onboard from Mark Sandridge.
Well,
so we'll see what happens there.
Here we go. Yep, into.
So there's Farhang to the left.
Yeah, and he just comes across to. Oh yeah, there's nothing Mark. No. So Farhang just put his foot down while he was over the greasy part of the circuit and just comes across, right? And there he is. That's where he finishes.
Oh, man. And that's such a scary predicament to be in for
Mark Sandridge, because now he's just hoping that everybody parts behind him. But, they're coming into kind of their own blind turn around that, not what you expect to see right around that. So here they come into the boot for the Mission Foods Watkins Glen SpeedTour. How cool is it to be here with Mission Foods? Juan Gonzalez and we had lunch at Road America with my son Levi a couple weeks ago. And Mission Foods, ladies and gentlemen, has done so much for motorsports. If you are at all a fan of motorsports, you need to be buying Mission Foods tortilla shells, salsa, anything that you can, because he has now gone to 5 different tracks across America, signed, I think, a 5-year deal with like Sebring, Watkins Glen, Laguna Seca, Road America, and I believe Road Atlanta. And they're doing some really cool things for motorsports, but not just that, but then the NHRA, IndyCar, a little bit of everything. So
just say that again. Hang on. NHRA and IndyCar. I mean, you walk into IndyCar paddock, Pato O'Ward and Rossi are going to be shaking his hands like he's going nowhere. I mean, it's so cool to see him. It's very similar to Scott Borchetta's commitment.
Yeah, and that's the kind of thing that
and that's unfair to Scott. I don't mean number-wise. I just mean that he is committed big time to try to get as much motorsport, following and sponsorship out there, and it's great to see.
It is, and it's also awesome from my point of view, because Mission Foods is a family-friendly, anybody can buy it. Motorsports back in the day used to be a lot of alcohol and tobacco and things like that, and it really hurt when legally we couldn't let them sponsor it. So it takes people like a Juan Gonzalez and Mission Foods to come in and really, we're going to see the footprint that Mission Foods has made on motorsports in the next 5 years with all the sponsorship, and it's really cool to see. But not only that, but the flat track motorcycle racing as well. Can't forget that.
Yeah. Well, listen, we'll take a short break. We'll be right back. As you can see, we're under safety here after a big crash, only involving 2 cars, mind you, but we are under safety because we've got to extract one from the exit.
Let's see if they can queue up a Mission Foods commercial.
We'll take a short break. We'll be right back from the Glen after this.
Rev up and get ready for race day with Mission Foods. The world's best racers and tastiest products come together to make every race delicious. Fully loaded tacos, fast wraps, piled high nachos. Whatever you crave, Mission will help you be race ready with easy-to-make recipes that will take your race day to the finish line. Keep your racing delicious and enjoy all the mouth-watering action. Brought to you by Mission Foods. Too fast, too tasty.
The PIR SpeedTour returns to Portland International Raceway July 26th through the 28th, featuring the Trans Am Series presented by Pirelli Western Championship, the Sports Car Vintage Racing Association, Prototype Sprint Series Association, the Optima Search for the Ultimate Street Car, and Saturday you can take part in the Haggerty Cars and Caffeine Car Show with Parade Lab. You do not want to miss the PIR SpeedTour July 26th through the 28th. For tickets, simply go to speedtour.net.
Fantastic voiceover.
Well, hold on. I gotta apologize.
What?
That event weeks ago, and I think I sent in the wrong commercial. I meant to send in the VIR, and that was the PIR. So it was a great event that you missed out on. But remember, VIR for the VIR SpeedTour in just a couple of weeks. So that was my fault, ladies and gentlemen. You saw a promo for an event that happened 2 weeks ago. It was a great event, though.
I love your honesty.
So that's my fault.
That's all right, Big B.
So you can see here now, they're after what they've seen, they're all warming up their tires behind that Ginetta.
But
going
this is
slow.
awful. This is so hard for anybody, let alone somebody sitting in a hot Porsche. Doesn't matter whether it's a Cayenne or a GT3 and whatever. It's just it's too long, isn't it? You're getting hot. The race is on. We are 7:45, 8 minutes into it, and really you've had one corner to get through.
And that was my fault, too, because I asked Russell, a symphony violinist, can you get aggressive?
Yeah, it's
and he says, no, I can get aggressive out there, too. So, Russell, I am sorry for that. That might have been me on that one. And I really do think that was just cold tires on that painted surface. And it just is a bad combination. But you can see there a great shot of Juan Gonzalez in that 81X. International GT, this is not normal for International GT if you're just joining in. This is... They usually have some of the best races of the weekend, usually no local yellows or full course cautions. I'm hearing that the safety car is going to have to stay out for one more lap for race control, so there must be some
I think it's
liquid
damaged
on the surface.
Well, that
it could be the tire damage, tire wall damage.
Yes, sorry, that's what I was going to say. That's the one thing I know is that he did take a big bash out of the tire wall, and my feeling was that, well, they've got the cars away, but my feeling was they're going to have to check that physically by one of the stewards. So, yeah, look.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah. And I'm guessing the reason Ken Fangler isn't here is because he's probably in race control having to deal with some stuff. But you can see Watkins Glen International, they've got some great staff here. There's the Mark Sandridge car.
That should be okay for
Porsche Consult. Well, he's got Joe Party Vardy with him, who's one of the best crew chiefs you can have, and I think Party Vardy's going to be able to get that thing back up and rolling.
That doesn't fill me full of confidence when my engineer is called Party Vardy.
Not only that, and I hate to say this, Joe, I hope you're not listening, but Joe Party Vardy, I think he got his start in racing a Ford Pinto in IMSA. And, has moved up here, but he's a very accomplished IMSA driver. I think he's won a few championships. But, yeah, Joe Party Vardy, man, that's just how everybody knows him. He just brings the party. And that's a lot of, like, what International GT is about. It's Friday night. We're going to have the Friday night social that Mission Foods is bringing us some drinks and some chips and salsa. So International GT brings the party.
Listen, I think you're right. Mission Foods is now becoming part of the regular staple for motorsport, and as you say, two-wheel and four-wheel. But as we see the man representing, wearing the colours, you know him well. What's he like? I mean, he just seems like he lives, I mentioned Scott Borchetta, very similar in terms of absolutely loves racing all the way through, and just can't get enough of it, whether it be physically himself or sponsoring teams.
Yeah, and he is a racer through and through. This is his vacation, so we love that Juan is here, but he owns a huge company that I think they have factories and food processing plants, I think in like over 100 countries. And I think they're the world's largest cornmeal supplier, but he's a racer through and through. So he comes out here, he wants to be competitive. Like you could hear him in the grid walk today that he was actually testing the car, and Butch Leitzinger is here with him, a very accomplished IMSA driver.
Very good.
And they're constantly testing the cars. It's really cool to have Juan here, but I'll tell you, one of the coolest guys I just talked to in the paddock, and it was his idea to put that Mission Beach in at Road America.
Yeah,
so there's
cool.
a full-on beach in Wisconsin, a great place to watch as they come into the kink. And it's like his little ideas like that really make it a lot of fun. And he wants this to be fun because, like I said, he's on his vacation, but also he's getting a lot of eyeballs on his product. And now, I said this at lunch with him the other day. I was like, I think about you every Tuesday because we have Taco Tuesdays. It's my favorite food. And he goes, you can have Mexican food every day.
I started doing sim stuff now, and I've got to change my name to Butch Leitzinger because Jonathan Green just isn't fast.
What about Juan Verde?
Juan Verde, my Spanish name, is fast. I'll give you that, and I think I might have to stick with that because Butch won't give it me. But that, to me, is one of the best names I've heard in racing.
Yeah, I love it.
You can't be called Bob Smith in racing. You've got to be Butch Leitzinger.
I love, too, that you could be racing your sim in, like, iRacing or something else, and you could be racing with somebody that, is using Max Verstappen's name, and then you find out, oh, no, that's Max. He's in there racing. Yeah,
oh, yeah.
I love that.
And you can easily come across Alexander Rossi or Connor Daly or many others. Mm-hmm. Lando Norris is on pretty much all the time. So that's pretty cool. Out of the booth they come then, and we're winding up now for a restart. This is due a 30-minute race. So, Ben, we're going to have a kind of a mini sprint race of just under 15 minutes, or just over 15 minutes. So not a lot of time. If you're going to make some moves, score some points, you're going to have to act quickly because there's not going to be a lot of time in this race to settle down and get in the groove. You're going to have to go.
Yeah. And you see there at the bottom, that orange car, that's I call it the Miami Sound Machine because that's a loud-looking car. So get on your feet. David Tuwadi, because he is going to move his way up through here. That's a very fast car.
Well, I commentated on him at the Miami Grand Prix too, so obviously that's... He was there doing the Porsche race there. He didn't have the best of days, actually, but I know he loved the Miami Grand Prix. He told me so.
And then that Just Hands, we talked about him at Lime Rock. He is a paraplegic that's running his car all under his hand power. So it's a really neat story.
Great story.
So that's why he's Just Hands.
Just on the, of course, just on the verge of the Paralympics as well, starting in a week's time. Here we go then. Ginetta pace car comes off. Tom Pank leads this field But Lucas Pank is right there as well in third place, and he will try to get past Joel Johnson and go after the old man. Johnson, though, gets a good restart in the 2:07. And away they go. Let's get through the first corner, folks. That's where the incident was.
Yeah. Picked up 2 positions there is Tuwati. Now he's side by side with his teammate, Tommy Ballister. Tommy lets him through. So now look out for Tuwati because he's going to be up there with the Panks and Joel Johnson.
You don't realize how steep that hill climb is up the hill. I was reading up on the race circuit itself. Some of the guys that have been here many times before say this is a tricky circuit, very tricky, because you're always working it, and there are lots of different lines. This bus stop, always tricky. You want to bounce over the curves, but you don't want to overdo it.
And it's new curbing to the entrance of the bus stop that I've noticed that the times are dropping. It does give you a little bit more allegiance going into the bus stop. So we are seeing times drop by just, less than a tenth, but that's still something.
Yeah, no question. So we've got Tom Pank leading the way. Joel Johnson still second. Lucas Pank, his son, in third position. Thomas Ballister, you said, the man on the move, just ahead of Tuwati in fifth. Then Groombridge in sixth place. Robert Wisen in seventh. Ginetta, Hampton, and Jordan Sandridge. Is that son of?
Yes. Okay. Yep. And, Jonathan, usually we're here about 2 weeks later, and the trees have started to change. This is the greenest that I've seen Watkins Glen from this drone shot.
Of course, we're usually here in September.
Yeah. So beautiful. Joel Johnson, very impressed. Joel Johnson, first time out here running second. Lucas Pank. Now here comes Tuwati, because Tuwati's in that 4-liter improved category, I believe. And I think Lucas is in the 4-liter. Yeah, you can see the 4.0 back there. And then Tom Pank is in the R, the GT4R. And Joel Johnson, he's just running an exhibition class. So I'm not sure what that means. Sometimes that means he's on different tires, or because it's his first weekend, but he does race in that USAC Sprint Challenge Series, so he might have it set up for that.
He sounded pretty confident when you spoke to him.
Ooh, he's still got that hood thing that's talking to us. Yeah, so Trish, if you're watching, we need some, I think Dave was telling me that they put helicopter propeller blade tape to hold that down, and I think they might have forgotten that.
What is that made of, then?
It's just super sticky. It's clear, but super sticky. It just protects the leading edge of a helicopter blade from, like, bugs and birds.
And so you'd want it smooth, but very strong.
But you can see that. That's going to cost them a little bit. And it's not helping cool the engine because the engine's in the back.
Well, everybody's doing their fastest laps now. The tyres are up to temp, etc., etc. And at the moment, Tom Pank absolutely leading the way with a 151.887. Streets ahead of the competition, and that's why he's pulling away from Joel Johnson. Lucas Pank can't hold a candle to him. Sorry, no disrespect there to the family name, but then again, different cars.
Yeah, but I got to give a shout out to Ballister, Tommy Ballister, maybe Bonilla, who's letting him borrow the car. I love the fact that he's got the matching wheels to the livery of the car. So just a great extra step there in International GT. And he's fighting off Nick Groombridge right behind him. And that's a new car for a new livery for Nick Groombridge. I keep trying to tell him, like, hey, can you just stick with the same livery for a season? Not every race you have to put a different wrap on the car, because it's hard for us to keep track of who's in it.
It's like Formula One. They keep changing the wraps every week.
So that's Ballister there in the green and white car, and then Nicholas Groombridge right behind him. But watch these wheels there. Look at those green wheels.
Are racking, aren't they?
Very nice. So, Mr. Bonilla, if you're watching, nice job on that.
We've only lost the two cars, Russell Fahang and Mark Sandridge. If you missed the start of the race, we have an incident between Sandridge and Fahang. Basically, I would argue Fahang's at fault because he spun, or at least began to spin and then spun into Sandridge.
I would say tire temperature maybe at fault.
Yeah. And a combination of going over the rumble strips and going wide.
So there's Groombridge in that new livery with us with Groombridge. But Joel Johnson still doing a great job keeping it at Tom Pank. There's Tom Pank there and Lucas behind him. But Tuwati, I'm surprised Tuwati's not catching Lucas.
Kind of expecting
and it seems like he's fallen back even more. Not sure what's happening there.
Now, by my clock, we've actually only got officially about 4 minutes to go, so we've only got a couple of laps to go, if I'm right.
Well, we have a little bit of a leeway, so knowing RC, he might give him an extra lap.
Yeah,
just because of that. RC is our race control.
It's all about a full race weekend, so you just got to give a window for this and then make sure you kind of fulfill it as much as you can.
So that's David Tuwati, and then Thomas Ballister, and then Nick Groombridge, and then Bob Wyson right behind him. So David Tuwati there in that FVRA TLM Porsche Cup car. Ballister's looking really good. I talked to him at the driver's meeting, and he said that's a new car to him. It's not the car that we're used to seeing him. So they were setting it up, and he said that he's knocked 4 or 5 seconds off of his time here, so he's doing really well.
Yeah, and just to remind you, this is a full season of international GT racing across America as part of Pirelli Holdings, and a nice part of the family now. But basically, you've got the Stuttgart Cup, which includes the Cayman 3.4s, the 3.8-litre cars. You've got the Mission Foods GT3 Cup, which features 996 and 997s, and other GT3 cars, and then the Maranello Cup, which of course stands for Ferrari rather than Porsche. And you've got 360s, 430s, and 458s.
We're 2 laps to go. And speaking of that also, but we've had McLaren's race with us. We've had BMWs. We've had Mercedes. If you can come to us with a group of like 5 Audi R8s, for instance, or
nice.
5 McLarens, Ken Fangler will make a race group for you in International GT. So it's funny. I give him a hard time because it's called International GT, but it's actually European GT. You don't often see American or Japanese cars out there. It's just European cars.
That's a good point. Yeah. Well, you can't beat racing a Porsche.
So that's Thomas Bigany in that 174. There's Juan Gonzalez. Juan Gonzalez racing at his own event, the Mission Foods Watkins Glen SpeedTour. So how cool is that? And it's just cool. I do brag to my friends that I know Juan Gonzalez because if you know me, if you come over to my house, we're having Mexican food.
There you go.
And so I'm always showing them that. So like see that logo right there? I know that guy.
Well, Tom Pank has taken a 3.2 second lead in this race. And you can see it yourself there ahead of Johnson, who's just holding station. There's a nice little battle going on here for some big points. Tuwati leading that in 4th position as we look high above. Luckily, the flapping on the hood there has gone away. But
the rhythm is going to get you. And another Miami Sound Machine pun.
You're going for it. Groombridge at the back of this group. Ballister in the middle.
Yeah, Ballister's coming up, and then you've got Juan Gonzalez right by Bob Wyson.
So do you think this will be white?
Yeah, this is white flag. Yeah, the leaders have seen the white flag.
Here we
you
go.
can see there our Flagtronics board flashing.
Yep, final lap then here in our first of 3 races. They get 2 races, sprint races and an endurance race throughout each and every weekend. And Ken Fangler runs a tight ship, so he will be investigating what happened in that first corner incident, but I think it's fairly obvious.
And David Tuwati, you see the FVRA, he calls it FVRA. He runs a really great race group out of Miami. They race at Homestead, I think Sebring, maybe Daytona, but what I've heard, I've never been, but I've heard is some of the most fun events you can go to. So check out FVRA, F-A-R-A. Oh, you can see Juan Gonzalez trying to make a pass. They're going through the bus stop. See, no.
Oh,
Bob Wyson holding it off, yeah.
Final lap. Go Juan. Still fastest lap, 150.2 by Thomas Pank, so he has taken it to the rest of the field, no question about it. And Lucas Pank in 3rd position.
Here's Tom.
Trying to catch Joel Johnson, but there's Tom. Yep. Base Saver Technologies coming home. And he will take the first win of the day, and an important one too, because of course the championship's on the line. Pank currently in 2nd place at the moment behind Thomas Ballister.
And he is a past champion, is Tom Pank.
That's for the GT3 Cup, of course. Stuttgart Cup, David Hampton leads that. Checkered flag out then for Thomas Pank.
But man, Joel Johnson, very impressed.
Yeah,
first weekend here, just over the border from Connecticut. Really great finish there. Joel Johnson running exhibition, then Lucas Pank coming into Mission Foods turn 1. But here is the race of the event. So that's David Tuwati, and then Ballister, Groombridge, Wyson, and Juan Gonzalez. I think that's how it's going to finish.
Yep, I think here it comes. Yep, there is the checkered flag. Tuwati comes across the line just ahead of Ballister. And then Groombridge just behind him. Nice battle, though. Juan Gonzalez Takes 8th in the end, but he pushed Robert Wiseman all the way to the finish there in the 81X.
So hopefully Dave is seeing that on Tuati's car, and they're going to put that helicopter tape back on. Because that's just disheartening when you're hearing that and seeing that, you know, from a driver.
Rounding out the top 10, David Hampton was 9th, and that's important for him. He leads the Stuttgart Cup.
Hey, I want to brag on him. Everybody's seen this on social media, but David Hampton and Hampton Lumber, they own big, lots of land up in the Oregon, the Pacific Northwest, and you've seen this on social media. The guy that put a smiley face in the trees, he planted trees that turn orange. So in the fall, they make a big smiley face. And we talked about this in Trans Am. But that's David Hampton out there that's racing with us. He did that. He planted those trees years and years ago.
Does it work?
And made a huge orange smiley face that when you fly over the Pacific Northwest, you can see it. Yeah, so I'm sure you've seen it on social media, but that came across my feed, so I reached out to him and said, is this you? Because it has to be, because, you know, I know he's got a lot of land up there, and sure enough, that was him.
It's a great story, and not an easy thing to plan, because you can't take them and look from down until they grow, right?
But I always say we have the most interesting men and women in our paddock, so it's kind of a fun thing to brag on them about.
I couldn't agree.
Couldn't agree more.
Couldn't agree more.
Because couldn't agree, you're saying we don't have the most interesting people. But here come the results, Jonathan.
It's easy for me to say. Here are the results then. Tom Pank with the win in his GT3R Cup car. Joel Johnson, remember, first time out, as you heard from Ben at the start there in the exhibition class, and that was a good run by him, holding off the Panks, or keeping in the Lucas and Tom Pank sandwich. Tuati was in the best battle in the 68 in 4th position, and they went all the way to the flag. Thomas Ballister 5th, Nicholas Groombridge in 6th, and Robert Wiseman 7th. Gonzalez pushed him right to the end, but takes 8th, and Hampton 9th, and Ginetta in 10th position in a Cayman. Well, that's good news for Joel Johnson. He can work on that setup-wise. The 2 cars that were involved in the incident, in my opinion, should get fixed for the afternoon race. We do have another afternoon race, and you can see the Finger Lakes in the background in this stunning part of the USA. We'll take a short break from Watkins Glen. We'll be back with more very soon.
Keeping your pride and joy perfect is as easy as 1, 2, 3. Start with Slick Mist Speed Wax. Simply mist on and wipe off for professional detailer shine. For your tires and trim, there's Lucas Slick Mist Tire and Trim Shine. Spray on and wipe off for better than new look. Then finish her with Lucas Slick Mist Interior Detailer. Just spray and wipe. Easy. Use Lucas Slick Mist Car Care products and she'll never look better. Fast, easy, and professional. Really, it's sort of like having an extra set of hands. Or 3.
Yes. Hon, the WeatherTech's here.
WeatherTech is the ultimate protection for your vehicle. Laser measured floor liners, no drill mud flaps, cargo liner, bump step, seat protector, and cup phone.
What about my car?
WeatherTech.
Next will be our first SVRA qualifying session. It will be for groups 1, 3, and 4. We saw them earlier at the Open.
Welcome back to Watkins Glen. As you can see, it's quieting down again, but the next group ready to go out very soon. We've got a full weekend of racing, SVRA, SpeedTour, and of course Trans Am. But as Ben was mentioning, we have some great characters, and so that means we like to talk about them and learn about them, and that is our stories from the paddock. And we start with Andrea Robertson, who is definitely one of those very interesting racers.
Some of the guys I've driven with in the series and ALMS have just come up to me. I've had some pretty big bear hugs. racer as a team. I want to honor that memory with what we built together, what we accomplished together, and I frankly like racing. I rolled my eyes. I said, we're not ready yet. Yeah. So we did it. So then he said, yeah, I think we're ready to go to Le Mans. I rolled my eyes. I said, Dave, do you know what an undertaking that is? We're going to do it. We did it. We were accepted to come over, and history happened. We did it. And it happened to be my Dave's anniversary, so it was hilarious. So he was standing there in pit lane when I was called in. So I get out of the car and he's standing there and he's, happy anniversary. Well, thank you. When we got up to the podium and we saw how many throngs of the people, we were just shocked, and we stood up there and people were shouting our name and we're waving, and we're like, oh my God, this can't be real. This just can't be real. It's top notch. It's really top notch. And again, some of the guys I've driven with in the series and ALMS have just come up to me. I've had some pretty big bear hugs. Well, you know what? I'm going to do my best. I finish my race, I'll be happy. You can do it. Don't be afraid. If you've got an iron soul and you've got the determination and the bravado, you too can do this. I think so. I hope so.
I think if we were out here racing the last 2 years, I think we would have had something to say about that.
Ernie Francis Jr. of Florida wins for the Breathless Racing Team. 7 for Ernie Francis Jr.
Yeah, there's a lot of fans that are happy to see me back here. Maybe not so much drivers, you know. I'm racing in TA and SVRA. I'm sure they're not happy about me being back out there. You know, they thought they got rid of me last time. But, you know, here we are again, so. Coming around the paddock again, it's a lot of fun, seeing a lot of old faces, a lot of friends that I've known over the years. So I really enjoy coming back here. Feels like home. You know, it felt a little rusty getting back in the car for the first time, but it clicked pretty good after the first session. So, you know, it's happy to be back around here. I still follow all the Trans Am socials, so I see what's happening after all the race weekends. You know, I see Chris Dyson out there racking up the championships, getting awfully close to my amount of consecutive championships and race wins in the series. So, you know, hopefully I can come in here and at least hold them off for one more race right now.
fantastic stuff. As into the lead of the race goes Chris Dyson. Dyson's gonna do it, and he takes the checkered flag and wins yet again.
At some point, the torch had to be passed on. You know, I moved out of the series, so of course somebody has to pick it up from there. And Chris does an excellent job. Their team is amazing. They put out good cars, and you know, he does a solid job on the track as well. You know, I think if we were out here racing the last 2 years, I think we would have had something to say about that. But you know, he's been doing a great job, and I'm looking forward to racing with him this weekend. I think a lot of the TA2 guys are pretty quick. Connor Zillage in TA2 has definitely been impressive, watching him come up through the ranks over the past year or two. You know, just won the race today in the TA2 class, so definitely impressive watching him come up. A lot of the TA guys, it's nice seeing the field grow a little bit. I think they're up to over 10 cars this weekend in TA, so it's pretty cool to see that.
Good start though by Ernie Francis Jr. Ernie Francis Jr. wins in Formula Regional.
Yeah, you know, spent the last 2 years racing Indy Next, you know, making my my journey in open wheel racing. Had a lot of fun doing that. Spent 2 years in that series, racked up a podium, a few good finishes. Just had a lot of fun. The whole program that I was in the last 2 years with Indy Next was racing for Roger Penske's Race for Equality and Change in the IndyCar series. So, you know, there was a lot of pressure on me in that program, and then still carrying over to where I am now does that as well. You know, being a younger driver coming up from a diverse background, a lot of kids look up to me and see me racing out here, and they want to follow in my footsteps. So, you know, I think it's great, and I'm happy to be, you know, leading the pack on that. Yeah, you know, right now just doing some sports car racing. Going to be doing this weekend here, and then I'm running the Lamborghini Super Trofeo Series in IMSA this year. So going to be doing the full season in that in the pro class. Going to be pretty fun racing sports cars again. Try to get into the IMSA driver market and see where I can go from there. It's my first time driving it in the practice session earlier today. Didn't get to run it in the test sessions yesterday, so just had to come to grips with it pretty quick. But put a lap that was good enough for P4, just about a second out of the guy that's fastest. And you know, we're on some pretty old tires there, so I think we'll be pretty good once we put some stickers on for qualifying. I think we haven't shown everything we got, so I think once we get out there in qualifying, we'll show the field what we have going on with us. So.
Away we go. Ernie Francis Jr. in the Challenger, his first ever chance of racing this car. We're on board with, oh no! Dyson was getting aggressive up the inside, but a little too aggressive, and he's taken Ernie Francis out in that beautiful Challenger. Look at Ernie. Ernie Francis Jr. has gone from the back to lead the race now. Coming out of the last corner. And we'll see the checkered flag for the umpteenth time here at Sebring and win in SVRA as he has done so many times.
Luckily, to this day, knock on wood, we haven't had an incident together, but this year it probably will come at some point. So.
Of us. I have my dad, my brother, and my 2 boys.
We
had an MGA that we bought, and I started racing that 20-some years ago. And then I ran that, and then my son got an MGA, and we ran those, and then he picked up a Porsche, and my daughter inherited an MGA. And I bought the Corvette, and then she inherited that, and now she's in a Porsche.
My kids have gotten the bug. I think it's a genetic defect. So they have the need for speed as well. We'd like to have them have some skin in the game, so my dad set them up with cars.
It's probably one of the craziest family hobbies you can get into. So it's really cool. It's been bringing our family together since we were kids, but finally we got to get into cars about 4 years ago. So having the whole family at the racetrack on one single weekend, getting everybody together, you can't beat it.
It is a little concerning for me. Both my boys are in a very similar car, very similar setup, and their times, they're always right next to each other.
Luckily, to this day, knock on wood, we haven't had an incident together, but this year it probably will come at some point. So it's bound to happen.
I don't generally like to watch. I watch Race Monitor, and then when it's over, clap.
Yeah, Grandpa loves it when we're winning races. He makes it so that we can have really fast, fun cars, but, he's got my mom on the podium this weekend. He's really proud. Todd's always on the podium. He's pretty upset if he's not.
My dad is still maintaining, he does all the mechanicals on his own car. He's got an old Corvette, and so, but he's got nothing else to do. He likes to manage all his car stuff. So it's a great family team. It's fun. You get together at the end of the day and rehash stories.
They're good guys, good kids, and they're very, very blessed to be able to do it.
A good race weekend is rolling the cars back on the trailers and not having to do too much work for the next race.
Really good with P1 in both practices. There's always room to improve. It's a good step forward from what I have been doing. So yeah, I'm ready to keep pushing. Well, my inspiration was my brother, my father. My brother did at F1 test. He was a driver in Formula cars, and my dad is a rally driver. So I wanted to be like them. When I was 8 years old, I started to tell them, like, okay, maybe I should try racing because I love cars so much. But they didn't let me until I was 17 years old. So that was a lot of years of me fighting for what I wanted because they didn't want me to race because of the dangers of the sports. They put me into tennis, piano, nothing to do with racing. When I was 17, I met Fernando Alonso, the F1 driver, and I told him, like, okay, I want to be a driver, I want to be like you. And he told me, work hard. It's just that, work hard. So that made a click on my mind to tell my parents, like, why my brother can do it and I cannot. So they give me the chance, and we are here. First, I did 1.5 years of karting back in Uruguay, in my hometown. I did a vice championship on my first karting championship, and then I started to step up into Formula cars, Formula 4 in Uruguay with some podiums. Then I went here for the F4 US championship, this one, and then I jumped into F1 Academy, and we are here. thanks to the F1 Academy, I'm still racing because last year I didn't have the chance to get the budget for doing a championship. So really the F1 Academy opened the door for me. It was a big jump for the little experience that I had to go to Europe with a high level that the other girls had, but it made me improve a lot. We'll see now that I'm P1 on practice, so definitely it worked. The F1 Academy, the girls only can do like 2 years of the championship. So I said, okay, I want to fight for the first places, so I need to make more experience, prepare myself for the second year. So yeah, this is my year to prepare myself, get a lot of track time, get a lot of races, and US is like my home also. I feel it like that. So it's a great way to prepare myself for the F1 Academy. Well, it's really fun. There's a lot of corners with different directions. It's really technical, NOLA, and I enjoy it very much being the first race weekend of the championship. Really is to carry momentum, you know. Momentum is a lot, and drive it nice. Momentum with a lot of softness and smoothness, let's say, is what you need. I'm hoping to get a podium at least. No, we have been working really hard with the team, and now it's the objective. Or no, seriously, the good thing is to get a lot of points for the championship. That is the main goal for this, and keep pushing, improve myself lap by lap. Yeah, I don't know. They always make comments and they laugh about everything. So, but I have the support that I'm P1, so. Well, hopefully racing in one of the highest categories, Formula One, IndyCar. That's my dream, really. I want to become a professional race car driver. That is my ultimate dream. When I was 8 years old, and I'm really grateful to be doing it right now, because starting at 17 years old, this is not common. Usually guys and girls start with 6, 7 years old, so starting for me so late and being here, getting the chance, it's really a dream come true. So just I appreciate to be here, but I look for more.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, you're seeing it right there. The Cube 3 Architecture TA2 Series here at the Watkins Glen, the Mission Foods Watkins Glen SpeedTour. Yesterday's practice, we had Carson Coapel lay down the fastest time, starting here up front. We know this car is fast because Scott Speed qualified this up front last time out at Lime Rock. Plus, we got to get a shot of this. Alan Mincy has his shorts on, and anytime Alan Mincy's wearing his shorts there, we know this car is going to be fast. So Carson here, Franklin Road Apparel, M1 Race Cars. I noticed Alan ducked behind that machine there. Then I got to point this out. The Ford, the ChriswellFord.com, a great Ford dealership, Ford stores in the New Jersey area, running with Thomas Annunziata. This is their second time with Thomas Annunziata, who we saw very fast at Lime Rock and always really fast here at Watkins Glen. Then we come back here to Jake Drew. Jake Drew running with Silverhair. And I got to point out, we've got three different teams. We've got the M1 team, we've got Nitro, and we've got Silverhair here in the top three. Jake Drew doing really well. Had a great go with us at Road America. Then the Concord American Flagpole Company of Rafa Matos here. We know he's fast with these two 2024 pole awards. Then Austin Green, I love having 3dimensional.com back with us. Austin's been running a lot in the Xfinity Series, but came back. He ran with us at a couple other events this year. It's awesome to have him here. I thought he was going to win one of our races here earlier in the season. Then we come here from New York. He would call this his home track, Adrian Lostowski. He's going to be in the booth with us Sunday. But let me explain, we're here on Friday qualifying, and we race at 4. So they're qualifying today, racing at 4. Billy, tell me your strategy here. This kind of changes things. To qualify the same day you race, you're going to want to put as least wear on the car as you can, right?
That's right. We're going to take it easy on it, but we're going to go to the front.
We're going to go flat out is what he just said. Then Josh Hurley coming here. Josh Hurley always fast. Ben Mayer is really turned it on this year. Victron Energy, Blue Power. But look for Ben Mayer with Nitro. BC race cars there with Josh Hurley. Adrian Lostowski is Fast Auto. They're going to release cars. So, Jonathan, I'm going to send it to you, and I'm going to stay in pit lane.
Well, we'll be able to keep an eye on what's happening in pit lane, if anything is, because it's not a long qualifying session, this, but you will see if there are problems, if there's a safety car or there's an issue with the car itself, they will come in. So we will hear from Ben, I'm sure. But all eyes in this Cube 3 Architecture TA2 Championship have to be on the man of the moment. He is, of course, Rafa Matos, going for his third title in the championship. Won the first title in 2018. He's been with different teams. He's now with Nitro Motorsport, and they are on an absolute tear at the moment. And Rafa Matos leading by 129 points. And the ominous part for those chasing him is that this is his best circuit, ironically. So it's going to be hard to challenge Rafa here, but never say never. Here he is. And he's certainly given that Concord American Flagpole sponsorship that Chris Dyson helped him get. He certainly kept that in the limelight. Now, why has Rafa stopped here, I wonder? He's reversing. And, okay, so he's going back to his grid position, or he's going back to his pit without doing a warm-up. That's just sort of holding his powder for now in qualifying. Like I said, a half-hour qualifying session to decide the grid here at Watkins Glen. So let's hope there's nothing wrong with our championship leader. And again, let's just reiterate, 129 points. Rafa leads the championship from Thomas Merrill, who won the 22 championship, beating Rafa Matos literally on a count back. They're almost equal. And yeah, he sits 13 points ahead of Thomas Annunziata, who's had a sensational season. The youngster, and has had to do it the hard way at times, coming from the back, but Thomas Annunziata has been quite superb. And as Ben was mentioning, this is the first group of two groups, so we're going to go out with the Fasten group, and it was the youngsters, Carson Coapel for Team SLR M1 race cars in the Camaro, and Thomas Annunziata and Jake Drew. These are all youngsters who are racing in ARCA, and a little bit of dirt track racing too, and making names for themselves for the future for sure. Quapple definitely doing just that. He's got a good record so far, and all of them warming up to bigger and better if they can get there. Carson Quapple, part of the Chevrolet program. This is Brent Cruz, our current champion. Carson, just 20 years of age, from Mooresville, North Carolina. Of course he's from Mooresville. His father, of course, a truck champion, Travis. Doing a second season with JR Motorsports in NASCAR. But under the brilliant tutelage of Scott Lagacy Jr. and the sponsorship from Franklin Road, it's been a successful year, and he hasn't had a lot of time to get sorted and to get dialed in, has the youngster. But every time he showed up to Trans Am, he's been superb. Another one to watch out for, Austin Green. He too has been racing in other series, including Xfinity. And we come off the big news that 17-year-old Connor Zillage has just signed full-time for Xfinity next season. Winner of the first race, of course, at Sebring, and winner of 6 races for Silverhair last year. So Connor Zillage and many other of our great graduates have gone on to the big time. That's surprising. Tyler Reddick, Christopher Bell, many others now at the top level of Cup racing cut their teeth here, given NASCAR doing so many road races, that this is a great breeding ground for both IMSA and NASCAR. Carson Quapple setting us alight then with a first time of 150.2. Jake Drew beating him with a 150.2, but Quapple going into second place, and Annunziata goes quicker than all of them with a 150.1. So it's going to be tight. These three went at it yesterday. They're going to do the same again. Austin Green comes into the picture. Adrian Lostowski effectively racing at home, the man from Brooklyn, New York. And Thomas Merrill, a 149, the first man to dip in and under the 150 mark as we go on board with Adrian Lostowski in the Fast Auto car. Sponsored by CMI, Compass Manufacturing. Well, that sounds great. Lostowski's car just going through its paces. Small team, but that's been the way it's been for the last few years for Lostowski. A great story coming in, getting the runner-up spot in SGT when he arrived in Trans Am. And from there on, he's never looked back, and it's just grown from strength to strength in his driving. And you can see, when you see his hands on the wheel, it's all control. So everybody chasing Thomas Merrill, the 22 champion, in the HP Tuners Cope Race Cars Ford Mustang at the moment. And it's Ford Mustang at the front too, with Bayshore Mortgage Nitro Motorsports. Second place, Thomas Annunziata. I'm just hoping Annunziata doesn't have to face any more problems. He's had all sorts of situations in either qualifying, or he had an Xfinity race on a Saturday night, so couldn't qualify the car, so had to race with the back, but he's done it. And he's done it to podium positions and wins, so you just don't count him out. Great to see Tyler Cassera, the man from PA, also back in the car. I noticed it was Tyler Cassera who got the credit by Rafa Matos last time out for his win, saying that behind the scenes, Tyler Cassera is helping the youngsters as well as Rafa himself with a 2-time championship under his belt. But Tyler, as the driver coach for the team at Nitro, has helped the youngsters like Ben Mayer. And yeah, big story for Tyler Cassera. Hasn't done a full season, but jumps in when he can, and he's here this weekend. Just ahead of Ben Mayer at the moment. He's already had a win in Trans Am at his tender age. And there is the 26. Thomas Merrill in the HB Tuners car. Keith Prochuk carrying those colours. And this is only half the field, remember. So we've got the first qualifying session. And as you can see, 8 minutes left in this. And then we'll get the likes of Barry Bowes, Keith Prochuk, and another one of the HB Tuners cars, Jared Odrick, who got a win last time out in the Pro-Am series. And their times in practice, certainly the top three are capable of challenging any one of the lower part of the first group, and that includes Boris Said Jr. Although that said, Boris is up to 10th. Andretti's got some work to do in his TA2 car. Caton and Peterson. And so that's what the second group will be trying to chip away at, is trying to get into that top 13 with their times. Still Merrill at the top, leading by 0.087, 7 minutes to go. That's the man you're looking at. It's been a strange year for Thomas Merrill. If Chris Dyson in TA has had an up and down year, so too has Thomas Merrill. But he's had some wins, he's been consistent, and he's still in the hunt. But he's got some work to do to catch this man. And you will have to say that Watkins Glen could well be the pivotal race of the season. And I know commentators often say that, but given that Rafa Matos has over 100 points, you've got to think that Merrill needs to take some points off him this weekend if he's going to catch up. And there is Matos coming out of the boot. It's been a great run at the last few races, Mid-Ohio, Road America. Rafa just keeping a clean set of wheels throughout most of it. It helps him, of course, that Brent Cruz is only doing, or has only done, a couple of races. He actually raced TA at Road America and won that. But his schedule as part of the Toyota Young Development team has meant that he's not being able to do the full season, but he's our current champion at just 16. Rafa Matos will not mind him not being around. Ben Mayer just did his fastest time, as all the top men now in the top 5 have now dipped into the 1:49s, and that's Ben Mayer going up to 5th with a 49.9, just behind Jake Drew in 4th. Carson Quapple now 1:49.7, and the lead at the moment with Thomas Merrill and Thomas Annunziata. So the Thomases both on the 49.5s with just 5 minutes to go. So a couple of laps to go, and Rafa will want to bounce back. Andretti needs a good time. Casero will want better. Rafa won't want to start 9th and have the possibility of being challenged. Just looking at his time from yesterday, Matos did a 150.5, did Matos, and at the moment he's on a 150.4, so quicker than yesterday, but not enough where the times have come down. So setup has been trimmed, so to speak, overnight, and the top 5 have certainly got a march on the championship leader at the moment. But we'll see from this lap as he comes into the rest of the boot to finish off this lap whether in this next 2 laps Matos can improve. The young Brazilian, not so young these days, but he's as fast as he ever was. Started off in stock cars in Brazil before setting out on a very strong career in Indy. Got the rookie title in the Indy Lights and in IndyCar. But loves Crown's End. Now let's see what he does with this lap. Does he improve? Not on that lap. He's pushing now. You can hear the car protesting underneath him. Now that's Annunziata. There's nothing protesting about him. He's still fresh as a daisy, and he's out of the car. He's like, where's Ben? Where's my interview? Let's head down to Ben.
Well, thanks, Jonathan. I'm here. The new Ford sponsorship, Criswell Ford, has got to be doing pretty well for you. Qualifying second, that's got to feel good.
Yeah, that's Nitro Motorsports Criswell Ford Mustang is super fast. It's exactly what we needed. We need a strong second half of the season to have a chance at the championship. So this is a good start, and let's see what we got for the race.
All right, well, Jonathan, back up to you for qualifying.
Yeah, it's pretty ominous when Annunziata is right up there and doesn't take long. He's got the new Bayshore sponsorship as well this season, as well as Cresswell Ford. So well done for him. And he is an up-and-coming guy. And if the story of last year was Connor Zilic and Brent Cruz, Annunziata has stepped out into the limelight. Both Quapple and Drew not doing all the season, so Annunziata has had a chance to shine here, and in fact is leading the young guns, and that's worth 20,000 of his time and energy to try and win that. And Jake Drew it is who leads the rookies championship title chase, but Thomas Annunziata at the moment on 6:37 to Ben Mayer's 6:24. So there's going to be some good battles between those two. So we'll keep an eye on where Ben Mayer, who currently sits fifth, can finish this race. Here comes Rafa Matos. Still not improving. And those tyres just not giving him any more, and he stays 9. That'll be disappointment, that, for Rafa Matos. But let's head down to Ben Sissel with the latest from the pit lane.
Well, thank you, Jonathan. I'm here with Thomas Merrill, who's P1. And Thomas, I saw you kind of start back, so you must have had kind of a rougher practice than normal, but you guys found some speed.
Yeah, I wouldn't say our practice was rough. We just applied a different strategy than everybody else. We've been working on having a good race car for this afternoon, so that was our focus there. It did put us on the back foot for qualifying, but I had confidence in my guys to give me a solid race car. Rafa's still out there running, so I don't want to celebrate just yet, but that car was awesome to drive regardless of where we end up on the grid. I'm proud of my guys for doing a good job with this HP Tuners Mustang.
So a little bit behind in the points, but we know you know how to win championships, but also so does Rafa. But is this where it starts to all come together for you?
Yeah, I'd rather chase than lead personally. So yeah, this is my comfort zone. So we just got our head down. We're going to try to win as many races as we can between now and November.
Yeah, so what we saw is Rafa came into pit lane, stopped at the nitro, and they wanted to get a good, clean lap with a gap. So that's what he's trying to do. That's why Thomas isn't counting all his chickens just yet.
Yeah. Thanks, buddy.
Back to you, Jonathan.
Yeah, that's the point, Ben, is that once this man's out there, you can't rest on your laurels, that's for sure. And Thomas Merrill knows this game, professional from Salinas, California. And, of course, these two have a lot of history of racing hard against each other. And that 22 championship went all the way down to the wire. But it went in Thomas Merrill's favor. But, of course, this man wants it back. But it's going to be Merrill, as you can see. Matos coming in, and he didn't improve on his best lap time. And so, therefore, he's going to start, well, he should start 9th. But then again, we've got another group to go. So he might get knocked back further. And disappointment likewise for Casera and Boris Said Jr. That said, that's not bad to Boris Said Jr. I mean, he's been qualifying in the top 10. He's just outside. I'm sure Andretti will be a little disappointed in the Ray Skillman Auto Group Ford Mustang in the Ultimate Headers Racing Chevrolet Camaro. Sorry, Adam, put you in the wrong car. I put you in Eric's car. But Adam Andretti will be disappointed with 12th, I'm sure. Just watching Carson Quapple go through his paces. Checkered flag obviously out. But he's going to finish it off and try and improve. He sits 3rd at the moment. Will he improve on this? Last Chance Hotel then. He sits 3rd. But I don't think anything's going to improve personally. And it's going to be the HP Tuners Coke Race Cars Ford Mustang of Thomas Merrill with the pole. And Annunziata starting from the front row, and you could see pepped up after that qualifying session, got out early and is ready. No problems so far, touch wood and cross fingers, because when it comes to Thomas this year, you never know what might befall him, but let's hope he starts from the front row. He deserves that. And it's going to be a hard push. Merrill knows this place well. Quapple also does. And Jake Drew, all the youngsters up there. Ben Mayer, good qualifying from him. Josh Hurley in the green light simulation BCR Ford Mustang. Coming in for a full season this year. Whoa, and a big off for the 17. So Quapple, let's just hope he hasn't blown anything there. But luckily, I don't think he hit the barrier, but he went straight on. And you can see he's had to take dramatic action to stop that from hitting the barriers, but the gravel trap slowed him down. But as you can see, he's made some fair distance in there, and he's stuck. And that car's going nowhere, so that pretty much ends proceedings there. But it's Merrill, Annunziata, Quapple, Drew, Ben Mayer, and Hurley, the top 6. And yes, our race is Friday afternoon, so if you're tuning to our SpeedTour live stream, join us back at, I think, 4 p.m. local time. In fact, I can confirm that for you. It'll be 4 p.m. local time. So that's 5 p.m. Eastern time. I'll take that again. It's 4 p.m. It starts Eastern time and finishes at 5:30. Here's another look. So he's coming into the last complex here, and he just, I don't know, it looks almost mechanical. He just goes straight on. It's not like the back end came round. Strange one for him, but either way, as you can see, he careered off the field. It might have been a braking moment, but anyway, either way, Quapple finishes his qualifying with drama. Let's head down to Ben Sissel down in the pit lane.
Well, thank you, Jonathan. You can see Rafa getting out. Body language doesn't look good. He started 4th, but we could see, and I was talking to David Posey, one of his crew guys, that his right front tire, he was losing his right front tire there, but keeping the lead, and, you know, 2-time champion Rafa Matos. Rafa, I can tell by your body language you're disappointed.
Well, not really. We're fighting for points here. If we win or finish on the podium, it's a big plus for us, but got to make sure we keep finishing races and collecting good points. Obviously, we're fighting for the pole position. We're pretty quick yesterday. We made some adjustments in the car, but we just got to keep working and making sure the car is good for the race.
But we know Rafa Matos knows how to win championships. But then, like we saw at Coda a couple years ago, so does Thomas Merrill. So that plot thickens as we get with just 4 races left. But then you add in all these young guns. And I know that you were around with us when we started this Young Guns program, and it was fun to have new people coming in. But now they are so fast. They really put the pressure on people like you and Josh Hurley and Thomas.
I think the pressure is always there. I think I put pressure on myself enough, so that is not really a factor for me. You know, I just want to make sure that I represent the sponsors well. You know, got to thank Concord American Flag Pole Company for trusting this program from the get-go. Nitro Motorsports giving me an amazing car all year long, and we have a bit of a fight today, but we're ready for it.
Well, you can see the cool box is working because it comes out without a lot of sweat on them, and when track temperatures are 95 degrees. So nice job, Rafa. So then we're coming back here because Ben Mayer really turned it on. Qualified 5th, I believe, Jonathan, but qualified 5th. New sponsors here at Watkins Glen, so that's got to feel pretty good.
Yeah, I mean, I sort of wanted to lay back and just get out of that pack because it would cause traffic, and I didn't want to get with just have my lap messed up. So I think I could have gained a little bit if I was in the draft, and that hurt me just a little bit. So I think 4/10 off isn't the worst, but definitely could have gained some if I just refined some of the turns and could have gained a few tenths and maybe put it on pole.
Nice. Well, look at that, the confidence of Ben Mayer. Jonathan, I'm going to send it back up to you in the booth.
Yeah, it's interesting. You go from our 2-time champion to Ben Mayer, just a youngster coming through, still in his teenage years, but making a real name for himself here in Trans Am, as are all our youngsters. Ben Mayer will be a factor, and he is chasing the Young Guns trophy. Thomas Merrill then with pole position, and it's 2 Fords out front, and it's the 2nd Ford Mustang of the Nitro Motorsports Thomason and Ciata on the front row. Carson Quapple, who had a big incident at the end there, but holds on to his Team SLR M1 race car's 3rd place. Jake Drew is 4th. Ben Mayer, who we just spoke to, 5th place for Nitro. Josh Hurley just behind him. Then Lostowski. Austin Green in 8th position. Rafa Matos in 9th. Not too disappointed. He says he just needs to kind of get points, not make mistakes, and keep on scoring. He's got 129 points. Tyler Casera rounding out the top 10. So the next group about to go out, and it'll be led by Barry Bowes. I say that led, but in terms of time anyway, he did a 1:51.7, and it's been a good few weeks for Barry Bowes, one from the back in the West Coast Championship. So he just is a new man. Absolutely. Let's head down now to Ben Sissel, who's got Tyler Casera.
Well, here I am with Tyler Casera, and I think Tyler would consider this his home track, or at least one of his home tracks.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I've got a lot of laps here. I've won a lot of races here. This is where I made my TA2 debut 5 years ago in 2019. So, yeah, it's good to be back. I wasn't here last year in a car. So, yeah, I'm excited to be back. A little disappointed with where we're at here in qualifying, but, you know, the race is a different story. So we'll go after it there and try to move this thing forward.
And you've been on the podium here with us at Watkins Glen and TA2, right?
Yeah, I had a mechanical DNF in 22. Back in 21, I was on the podium with Conor Mozak and Rafa Matos, finished 2nd that year. So, yeah, looking to get back there today if we can. Just got to survive this 100 miles.
Nice. Tyler Casera qualifying 10th in the E3 Lithium number 40, so look out for him. All you New Yorkers, even though I think he's from Pennsylvania. So that's Tyler Casera. We're going to go up to grid, Jonathan, because we've got more qualifiers coming out. Tyler did remind me that he's 10th right now, but anything can happen with this next group, so back to you.
That's the truth. So, in other words, the second group can, of course, now challenge those positions if they go faster. And it is interesting because Barry Bowes did a 51.7. I was just mentioning that, 51.8 by Keith Prochuk, Jared Odrick. They all, Tommy Sheehan, Jim Gallagher, they're all capable of maybe just popping out. You never know, Michelle Abate could all have a good weekend. It's going to take some time to get Quackle's car out of here, and that's why we've got this hold-up for now. But, yes, I can confirm he is from Pennsylvania. Well, as you can see, it's going to take a little bit more time to get the 17 away. So why don't we take a short break? We'll be right back from the Glen after this. Welcome to a beautiful day here in Watkins Glen in New York. It's a beautiful, beautiful day. And we're expecting actually similar weather for the weekend here as we take our speed tour to the Glen. And it's a different time of year. We usually come here in September, so it's nice to be here a little earlier. Let's see a bit more green. And there has been quite a lot of rain up in the area over the last few weeks, but I'm glad to say it's set fair for now. Let's head down once again to Ben Sissel for the latest before our next group goes out.
Well, Jonathan, thank you so much. As you can see here, it's kind of relaxed here in the Silver Hair pit area. We've got Jake Drew coming in 4th right now, but we've got another group going out. Then Boris said Junior 11th in his HendrickCars.com, but Jake, that's got to feel pretty good to be up there in the top 4.
Yeah, it definitely feels good. My Silver Hair guys brought me a great race car, and it's enabled me to learn this track quick. Also got Franklin Road on the side, and we're on the road to success right now, so I'm pretty excited. Just super happy to get to learn the track as quick as I can. Obviously minimal laps here right now, so to put a good qualifying in is step one for sure, and looking forward to the race later.
Nice. I love it. Now, Boris said Junior coming in 11th. You seem a little bit disappointed with that.
Yeah, I mean, obviously I'd rather be farther up. The car was pretty good, and, it's a learning experience. I think it's a long race, so, I think we can definitely pick it up in the race.
Nice. Borsa Jr. Now, I got to brag on Laura and Maurice here because I've been keeping up with our friend Connor Zilich, and I've seen the silver hair on the side of there, and he's won like 4 in a row or something like that. So obviously you guys know how to find the talent. That's got to feel really good.
I'm telling you, it's one of the best feelings in racing to have the team that we have, that jointly we make the decisions when we're out looking for the new up-and-coming drivers. We've been pretty successful and looking forward to 25.
Nice. Looking forward to 25. So, Logan, if we come over here, we can see the cars coming down as they go through. There goes Jim Gallagher, Weinsberg. We've got our next group, Michelle Abadi's coming down. So this is going to be good, Jonathan. I'm going to throw it back to you.
Looking forward to it, and of course now what these guys have to do, including Michelle Abate just going through your shot there, is try to see if they can challenge any of the top 14, and Doug Peterson, the man on 153.3, is, if you will, on the bubble. So it's similar to Formula One, that you can go quicker and therefore qualify higher. So it's open session. In fact, if anybody can go 149.5, you can have the pole. They just split them up between the two groups, so it's not too much traffic out on the circuit, and everybody gets as much clean air as possible. Out goes the 53. That's Brian Schiebel, coming from Georgetown, Texas, and his wife here in the Alliance Autosport Chevrolet Camaro. Their first outing, so welcome. They've got some interesting background of those two. They've done quite a lot of long-distance dirt and desert racing, so it's interesting to see them going and turning to Trans Am. But we welcome you all the same from Georgetown, just up the road from me in Austin, Texas. But the story of the day could well be Barry Bowes. He's had a real resurgence since we started the Pro-Am series. And he's looked really good so far as Barry Bowes. In fact, just won in the west, on the West Coast. Interesting enough, coming from the back. So we'll be on board with Barry. Looks at ASIO data in Austin, Texas. Move to SLR outfit this season, and it's never looked back. It's been a really, really stunning season for Barry Bowes. Leads that Pro-Am series by, what, 7:45 to Tommy Sheehan's 6:48. So he's got a healthy lead. The battle to be runner-up, though, between Sheehan and Prochuk is good, and Odrick started winning. He's on 6:04. So Jared Odrick would want another good result, having won at Road America. So it's a big sweep at Road America for Rafa and he, both with Nitro. Not a lot of time out on the track, so we've got to be careful about the traffic. Now, it's made easier by the fact that you've got the two groups, and as we are on board with Bowes, you can see he is in a position as he comes through the bus stop. I love that one. See how much they grapple with it. Nicely cambered down the hill. We do use the full track here. It's only on pace car laps that we shorten it, just to save time. And I love this right-hander. Nice and cambered. You can stick the car in there and try to put it on rails as you sweep around this outside and then over the bridge. And then just two corners, a left and a right, to finish off the lap. Here is that penultimate left. And finishing off the lap with these two corners here, a little blip.
You could see it's a real combination of fast and slow corners and undulations. That's why all the drivers love racing here. Barry Bowes just did a 53.1 on that lap, but Prochuk has got into the top group. He's gone to 11th with a 151.4, so the only man challenging at the moment, and gets ahead of Boris Said's time and puts himself in the lead group just behind Tyler Cáceres. Tommy Sheehan has knocked out Eric Caton. Doug Peterson now dropping down to 17th position. So the men on the move, Tommy Sheehan, Keith Prochuk, Barry Bowes just ahead of Doug Peterson's time. Jim Gallagher not quite beating it. Let's see if Abate can improve. She stays 19th with a 57.0. Ghost sponsored girl from Nevada. Without doubt, one of the most popular drivers in our paddock, has been for many years. Didn't start off in the National Championship, was on the West Coast for a while, and then jumped onto the national scene. And by all accounts, has been happy with the progress. She's had injury, she's had accidents, she's recovered well, and she is absolutely fearless. There's Keith Prochuk, currently in 11th. Does he improve any further? His first lap was excellent. His first flying lap was excellent. Prochuk, of course, the HB Tuners, in business with the Piastris, so nice connection that we've mentioned already. Doesn't improve and does not therefore get ahead of Tyler Cáceres. Stays 11th. Odrick just put a quick lap in. He goes to 17th, 52.7 for him. Barry Bowes improves to 12th overall, knocking down both Boris Said Jr. and Andretti. They're going to be disappointed, those two. Camaro and one in the Ford Mustang, because the boys, let's have a look at Barry Bowes here. Barry Bowes up to 12th with a 151.3, so he's got some work to do if he wants to catch Prochuk just ahead of him, but it's a healthy start to the race from 12th, and he has got ahead of one of the young Chargers, Boris Said Jr. and Adam Andretti. This Pro-Am class has really opened things up a little bit, so Barry Bowes is more interested in where his opponent Tommy Sheehan, currently 15th, is. He's 12th, and like I said, leading the championship at the moment is Barry Bowes, but Prochuk in 3rd position, so a good weekend here at Watkins Glen could change things around. Certainly committed there, was the 27, no doubt about it. Doing a lot of racing this season is Barry Bowes, and it's helping. Remember, there's been quite a few weeks off from Trans Am since the last race at Road America. Here comes Bowes again. Does he improve? No. Stays in 11th. Clock ticking down then. Just 6 minutes to go. Still, Merrill, Annunziata and Quapple, your top 3. Here's Tommy Sheehan. We like to call him the Iron Man, simply because he's been going for so long, over 120 race starts under his belt. With the Vixen sponsorship. Tommy currently 15th, and trying to see if he can improve and get ahead of Group A's Boris Said and Adam Andretti. I have to say, though, if you are trying to set your best time of around the Glen, today's the day to do it. The conditions are absolutely set fair. Temperature will rise as the day goes on, so the race at 4 o'clock will be slightly warmer than it is now. But they'll adjust for that. And of course, they'll have full fuel loads for the 100 miles. And it becomes a sprint race of attrition.
High above, the famous Watkins Glen boot. After the shape from high above, there's the toe. And these mini straights can be deceptive. There's quite a fair bit of straight there. And you do get the odd overtake coming into this right-hander. If you're going to do it, Tommy, you've got to do it now or the lap next. Keith Prochuk leading Pro-Am ahead of Barry Bowes at the moment. Sheehan in third position in 15th. And as you can see, he's not going to complete that lap. Odrick is about to complete his, though, from NFL man. But I have to say, he can roll off that mucker now. He's a full-on racing driver now these days. Film producer and actor, as well as an ex-NFL player. And a little squirrely there into turn one. Makes a big mistake there. A little too hot, but he recovers well. And that would have given him the willies a few months ago. Now, he's just taking it in his stride. It's a great story for Trans Am. Jared Odrick started off in production car racing in Trans Am and then jumped up to TA2. And since he's got here, he's just gone from strength to strength. And it's great to have him on board. Super guy. Comes Abate again. Spoke to her early in the week. She's looking in October to do another women's motorsport symposium. And they've been working really hard. And Michelle absolutely flying the flag for women in motorsport, as does Katie Bryson, who will be with me in commentary. So we'll get her story, and it's a good one. She's leading the way at the moment in her championship. She'll be racing Sunday. And that was Robert Sabato in the 61, just behind Abate there. Let's see if they improve. Sabato currently on 1:53.3, sits 20th. He's ahead of Abate though, so she'll want to improve if she can. Love the Daygo yellow gloves. Love the side shot too. See how they're working it. No change at the top. Keith Prochuk leads the way in Pro-Am, I should say, in that Ford Mustang. And although he and Bowes did drop Said and Andretti, that's about all that's happened in this second session. Remains to be seen if anybody else can improve. Let's see what these two do now as they come to the line. Abate just ahead of Sabato. No improvement from Roberto Sabato, and no improvement for Abate on that lap. Still 1:26, so they can use this lap, but as you can see, they're fighting hard. And that's not going to make either of them very quicker, but Michelle just determined to get some fresh air and try and put this lap in and improve. Up the hill she comes. I love that onboard shot. It's just flat out through there, isn't it? Total commitment. Back through the gearbox, into the bus stop, bounce, bounce, and again. Nicely done. So good chance then that HB Tuners will be on pole for both classes, both in the overall, with Thomas Merrill in the 26, and of course Prochuk in the number 9. So a good day at the office then for the Coke Cars Ford Mustang, HB Tuners Ford Mustang of both Merrill and Prochuk. That's a big day. Nitro
won last time out. Could Cope Cars do the same? Let's see if Odrick improves on this final lap. No, he crosses the line now and stays 17th. No improvement for him. Just behind Caton. And here comes Tai Young in the 22. I'm pretty sure no one's going to challenge the top three. And the only one to really make inroads, Prochuk and Bose. Let's see what Tai Young finishes out with here. The checkered flag does wave. No change. So Tai Young does not improve in that final lap. Here's Sabato again, currently in 20th. And no improvement also for the 61 Roberto Sabato in the 6th gear racing Ford Mustang. Let's head down to Ben Sissel down in pit lane.
Well, thank you, Jonathan. Like you mentioned before, it's HP Tuners in P1, and then in P1 Pro-Am, I believe starting 10th, is Keith Prochuk. You've got your other Pro-Am competitor, Barry Bose, right there side by side with you. But first of all, I just want to say something. Bowser, if you're watching, we love you. We miss you this weekend. Not here. What's that mean? Keith, this has got to feel good.
Yeah, I mean, it feels great. We're second in the points right now behind Barry. And he was the target today, so they were giving me his information. But I thought we had him, and we knew what we had to do. We made some changes to the car overnight, and yeah, it really picked up. They said it was the first 2 laps that were going to be the go lap, and my first lap I kind of made some mistakes, so I knew I needed another one. And I wasn't sure if that was going to be enough, but yeah, we pulled it off. Big job to the Cope crew. Congrats to Thomas Merrill on pole in the Pro. But we have a great car for later today, and yeah, we got it. I think we're sitting pretty good.
So for the owner, president of HP Tuners, I know that data has to be so important to you. So now you go back, you'll go with Thomas and all the other teammates, and you're just going to analyze everything, aren't you?
Yeah, we do. You know, Thomas is our coach for the team, and he helps us look at all the data. It was quite interesting. Test 1 yesterday, I was fastest, so we were actually kind of looking at my data, which is great. But yeah, it's always interesting comparing our data to Thomas's, because it's like, oh man, I mean, Thomas is a machine. He is just amazing out there. So he'll show us where we can pick up, and yeah, I'll get some more tricks for my bag later today to basically hopefully keep Barry behind me. But yeah, we are in a really good spot.
Well, Keith Prochuk, we've got Tom Sheehan here. Jim Gallagher just came in. I got to give it up, though. I love this new livery with Vixen Women's, the motorcycle company for women. They make a bunch of apparel and motorcycle accessories for the women out there who are racing their motorcycles. So, Jonathan, back to you.
Thank you, Ben. Yep, plenty of good sponsorship going around, and it's good to see people getting creative, too. And great to have different sponsors from different walks of life. Thomas Merrill then with the HP Tuners Cope race cars takes the pole ahead of an Annunziata. It's going to be an interesting race and battle between those two. And it means a lot too. An Annunziata chasing the young guns and Merrill chasing the championship. And he needs to score, especially with Rafa Matos down in 9th. Quapple is 3rd. Drew Mayer top 5. Josh Hurley 6th. Half a second between the top 7. And Lostowski is 7th. Austin Green 8th. Rafa Matos 9th. And Tyler Casera coming back into play in 10th position. And a little further down, Sabato, Doug Winston, Hale Phillips, Michelle Abate, Bruce Raymond, Ty Young, 26, and Brian Scheibel getting into the reckoning with his lap. And as to confirm there, Keith Prochuk with 11th and leading PA ahead of Barry Bowes. That'll be a good battle between those two, as you heard from Keith. Boris said Jr. dropping down, Adam Andretti with work to do. Both those guys will not be happy with their qualifying positions. They've got some work to do. Sheehan, Caton, Odrick, Gallagher, Peterson, and Weisberg rounding out the top 20. Well, that concludes our qualifying. That race coming up later today, so don't expect it to be tomorrow. No, we are racing on a Friday for the first time this season in TA2. Local time, 4 p.m. We're going to take a short break, though, for the lunch break here at Watkins Glen. Until then, bye-bye for now.
You've got a business to run, big and heavy products to ship, and customers who need them now. When you've got the right driver and the right equipment, you can bet on a spectacular result. Bennett understands complex logistics and puts the best team, the most time, and the latest technology into every customer relationship. So you can sit back, relax, and enjoy the race. Let us handle the rest.
Together, we can move anything.
I've been waiting for.
Okay, so pretend this is your race car. It's on the trailer, and you have an accident. Ouch! At least your truck's insurance will pay for another one? Yeah, not so fast. Standard insurance won't replace your race car, whether it's in the trailer, in the paddock, in the garage, or the repair shop. But at Haggerty, we can protect it for what it's really worth anytime it's off the track. No matter what or where you race, all for less than a set of race tires. Haggerty, let's drive together.
Welcome back to the Speed Tour from the Finger Lakes. Yes, the one that's sticking out. Watkins Glen is right there. I'm Jonathan Green alongside me, Ben Sissel. It's a beautiful day here at Watkins Glen. The end of the summer. A little bit earlier than we're used to being here, but as we look high above from the drone, it is perfect for racing. And that is what we are about to go and do again with IGT. Ben, we've already had a race, and I finally met Tom Pank.
Yeah, I was there to witness it. Yeah, and that is Seneca Lake, but I don't know the names of the other Finger Lakes.
There's 5, right?
On our, I hope so. There's 5 fingers. Somebody can tell us. Hopefully somebody can tell us the names. I can name the Great Lakes, but not the Finger Lakes. But speaking of Tom Pank, there he is.
Yep, it was nice to meet him.
Yeah, he's a great guy.
I said, watch out for that fella, the other fella called Pank. He went,
yeah.
But they should both watch out for this guy, Joel Johnson. What a great way to rainmaker a day. His first ever race here with us, and he got between the Panks and stayed between the Panks. And there's Lucas Pank.
Yeah, Joel Johnson, very impressed with him. Lucas Pank was just in college a few years ago at Virginia, and now he kind of took some races off with us, but now he's basically here every time with us, so that's really cool to see. And then this is the 58. That should be Mark Sandridge, who we saw go out in the earlier race. Yeah, you can see the crew guys right front.
Yeah,
so they were able to repair that. Joe Vardy was able to put some good.
Yeah, it was a pretty innocuous hit, wasn't it?
It was, but enough that Mark Sandridge is smart enough to get off the track because he doesn't want to do anything crazy at speed, knowing that something may be off in his steering or his suspension or anything like that. There's Juan Gonzalez. It is the Mission Foods Watkins Glen SpeedTour. Then Bob Wyson.
Yeah, great battle with Juan Gonzalez.
What's happening here? Because Tuwadi finished ahead of them. So do they qualify on their best laps? I'm guessing that's what happened, their best times.
I've actually got the grid for race 2, and it does show.
So that's what we were talking about last time. That
Tuwadi is 8. Yeah, he's 8.
Okay, so that's Farah. That's David Tuwadi. And then you can see there Tommy Ballister, the Colosso. He's giving us the Shaka like that. So here's our first Stuttgart, which is not David Hampton this time.
That's right. It's Ginetta. Rocco Ginetta. There's Hampton.
Yeah. David Hampton, who is also running with us in the Trans Am SGT. He switched from GT to SGT. Then that is Jordan Sandridge, Mark Sandridge's son, who's been racing with us quite a few times lately, which is really cool to see him. Thomas Bigany, Mark Julian. So there's Mark Julian there, still strapping in. Then the number 30 there is Spencer Proper, another Stuttgart Cup, which Stuttgart is basically Cayman's boxers. Now this
anything that's Porsche.
Yeah. So this is Torsten Gross, who we spoke about earlier. That's the paraplegic. Yep. And Logan, if you can hear me, if you can kind of zoom in there at his steering wheel, the other car, they're moving.
He's
Logan
surrounded,
can't move
poor
in there.
lad.
And then Jeffrey Thompson. Look at Jeffrey Thompson. Don't worry about it, Logan. I don't want you to get hit. But that Just Hands car, he's driving with just steering control. See that just under his left wrist.
Yep, I see it.
So that's
nice work.
He can do steering. He can do the braking. It's a really neat thing, and they are designing race cars for paraplegics like that. So that's why it's Just Hands.
And there's our young lady that likes to hop.
Chelsea, Chelsea, our grid chief.
There's Ken Fengler giving him a round of applause. Calm it down. Look, Ken going, calm it down.
Oh, I love that.
That's it. Chelsea's bouncing up and down, no calming down. Ken is telling the drivers, calm the hell down.
So, unfortunately, our violin player from last race wasn't able to fix the car.
Yeah, a string went on his bow.
Maybe.
I blame you, to be honest.
I do too, a little bit, and I feel terrible.
You said you can't be aggressive, and he went, yeah, I am.
Mm-hmm. And it's funny.
You egged him.
Ken Vangler talked to me at Winter Circle and said, don't talk to the rookies anymore before they get in.
So it is your fault.
I was
can't
one
wait
for
Ken
two.
Vangler to get in.
I spoke to two, and the other one did really well, who's on screen right now, Joel Johnson. So, ladies and gentlemen, if you're joining us, they're going through the bus stop here at our Mission Foods Watkins Glen SpeedTour, but we pace on the short track, the NASCAR track, and talking to the drivers, they weren't aware. They had forgotten how much shorter it really is, and so they're really trying to put some heat into their tires because usually they don't start doing anything until the bus stop. Well, that's too late. So now look at this. They've even changed it. So I didn't get the memo on that, but they're pacing
going along,
the entire track. So don't listen to what I just said, that they're probably doing that because of what happened lap 1, turn 1 of the last race. So we are on the team salad of Mark Sandridge. What a sound.
Yes, and hopefully we'll get a little bit more from this car than we did last time because we only got, well, it was a bit of a team salad without the dressing. We only got half a corner. And I think we're on board with David Twatty as well.
Yeah, this is our Fixie Wheels feature race. Fixie Wheels. Brant was in here in the booth with us a couple years ago, the owner and president of Fixie Wheels. F-I-K-S-E. Wheels. Fixie, not like the Fixie bicycles. F-I-X-I-E. But Fixie. Everybody always says Fisk, but it's Fixie. And they are on a lot of our top competitors. David Tuwadi actually is trying out some new Fixie wheels that look very light and very fast. So we love having them here.
All they do is performance wheels, right?
And so it's great to have them here with us as a sponsor. And Brant and his team, they make some great wheels. But also, it's the wheels look really cool. And it's cool that he's just so involved in the series. So all the in-car today is provided by Fixie Wheels.
That Just Hands sponsorship is strong. I'm not sure what that stands for.
That's Just Hands. He's just driving with just his hands.
That's what it's... Okay, gotcha. With you.
Here we go. The Ginetta, Jonathan.
Lights off on the Ginetta, so our pace car is ready to go.
We haven't been together in a while.
I
did watch your Monterey broadcast last weekend, so it's so cool to be in the booth with you again.
Oh, I had some luminaries there that week. All right, let's go racing here. Race 2 of the International GT from Watkins Glen, one of the great venues. So often a Formula One venue for some 20 years, but every form of race cars from IMSA, now Porsche and IGT, and many others have raced here as they all dive through turn 1, and we are safely through turn 1 before we head up the right-hander and up the hill for the first time. Good, strong start then.
Yeah, really great start. And Joel Johnson getting a little bit risky there. So, it's great. He's kind of seeing what Tom Pank and Lucas Pank can do and was getting right there behind Tom Pank. Now, Tom Pank should be able to drag him here into this kind of newly paved bus stop circuit here. You can see to the right that curbing is gone and it's a little bit more flat. And talking to all the drivers, they have been able to drop some time from that.
Have they done the whole circuit or just parts?
Just parts, but especially the entrance there. A lot of drivers can almost make a straight line of that entrance.
Well, as you can see, Lucas Pank trying to get himself alongside Joel at the moment. And he's not there yet, but he's coming.
Yeah, and if you remember a couple years ago on our live stream, that right there was where Lucas got it real wrong. But they were able to fix the car and come back. So that's Tom Pank, then Joel Johnson, Lucas Pank, and I believe Mark Sandridge right behind him. Here we are, Mark Sandridge in that Fixie Wheels car. But he looks like... No, that's Juan Gonzalez there. So, no, yeah. So
in full place.
Mark Sandridge has dropped back a little bit, I believe. But look at this, Joel Johnson really bringing it to Tom Pank as they come through turn 10.
Yeah, this is a much better race. This is much closer. And Joel, like I said, will get the setup right. Both the Panks know this racetrack backwards, and they've been racing these cars for a long time. This is Joel Johnson's first weekend, but whatever he's adjusted in the brake has helped him because he's right there, almost on identical times, 154.3 from Pank, 155.0.
Now they're in Mission Foods, turn 1 with Juan Gonzalez, Mission Foods. There's David Tuwadi there. I did talk to Dave. They are going to put some helicopter tape there over that front hood. There's David Hampton. So David Hampton has gotten around his Stuttgart Cup competitor of Rocco Ginetta. Say that last name.
Ginetta, yeah.
You say it better than I do, though.
All right.
Say it the way you were saying it with some flair.
Ginetta. Rocco Ginetta.
So, but there is Sandridge right there behind the Too Fast, Too Tasty of Juan Gonzalez.
The bus stop then. Through comes the 27. That's Robert Wiseman. Just holding off Thomas Ballister in the green. I love the wheels. Green and white.
So if you remember, Bob Wyson had his mechanic drive at Mid-Ohio with us, and it started raining right when he was out. And his mechanic drive, and it just kissed the wall. But now we're on board with the Fixie camera. Mark Sandridge Crafted Foods car, Team Salad. This is a really difficult part of the track there. The toe of the boot, they call it. A lot of people can get it wrong there. They're hard on the gas. You can see there the inputs to the right. He's going to be hard on the gas, and you're going to see him kind of hit the brakes just a little bit here. Not fully on, and then try to get, so he's a little bit better on the brakes there than the 81X of Juan Gonzalez. This is going to be fun. These two have been racing together for quite a long time.
And then this last section, which as you can see is two small straights connected by two right angles. Here's the first one. And then the last turn here, Watkins Glen, that right-hander.
Then at Bridge Hall, turn 11. That is a little bit cambered. So is turn 10. But then you have no runoff room there into that wall. And that's a really deceiving part coming out of 11, because you want to carry the most speed to set yourself up for this long downhill straightaway. But if you get it wrong, you're really you get it wrong.
And it's easy to run out of road at turn 1 too, because it is downhill and you are pushing and it is fast. So it kind of is egging you to go faster than you should.
Well, you know it's a good start to an IGT race when Ken Fangler can come join us in the booth.
I said before the last race that we wouldn't be seeing him. So things are looking good in the Fangler world. That's what I would say.
So look at this. Two very large food processors, Juan Gonzalez and Mark Sandridge, going at it. Our Fixie Wheels camera Team Salad car. Mark Sandridge trying to get by his buddy Juan Gonzalez, who's also in the food industry.
Yeah. Looks like a good start, too. And this was a much better start to our Fixie Wheel Challenge feature race. Very glad to have Fixie Wheels on board, and very glad to have a great start.
Yeah, Brant did a good job of picking the right race.
Yes.
How's the season been, Ken?
It's been a good season. It hasn't been a spectacular season. We've been a little bit off, as everyone has. You know, I think other than Ferrari Challenge, who, you know, just they're off the stratosphere. But, you know, the other thing about it, you know, but we've had a good season, and this is a fantastic place to be. You know, one of the premier racetracks in the country.
David Tuati now coming up behind Mark Sandridge. Now, Juan Gonzalez, very fast driver, but also he knows where to put the car at the right time, making it very difficult to pass. And now David Tuati seems to have the faster of these three cars, but that's only one part of the equation. You have to be able to get around these cars as well.
Yeah, this is a good front mid-pack battle going on here. And I know Trish, David's crew chief on this, was a bit frustrated with David because he's not up on it as usually. You know, he's in the top three always, and he's had to struggle to get to the front here.
I tell you what I think it is. His buddy Stephen Hammond hasn't been there to really push him. You know, last season we saw Hammond. I think Hammond is running in another series in an Aston Martin, doing really well. And I follow his mom and dad on Facebook, and they seem to be going somewhere every weekend running.
Yeah, that no doubt. The TLM crew is very busy.
Dear.
Uh-oh, Joel Johnson.
That's Pank.
Yeah.
That is Thomas Pank. That is our leader of the race and winner of the first race.
Now, he must have lost power.
I'm going to say this to you personally, Tom Pank. I really appreciate where you pulled off there, because I think we can stay green here. I wish you'd pulled off just a little bit further and to the left, but I think that's all he had. But we appreciate that, Tom Pank.
I think he's out of harm's way.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, they're going to probably throw just a local yellow there for a little bit and then let it go.
And by the way, that's big news. Tom Pank second in the championship. So major points being lost here, but there's still time in the championship.
But now I would say it's Joel Johnson's race to lose.
Yep. Well, he's got big pressure, though, from Lucas Pank, and that pressure's not going away. They're about the same sort of times. But Joel Johnson now leading his first ever IGT race. Where's he come from, Ken?
Joel from the Northeast, yeah. Joel's in front, new to us, okay.
What's he raced?
He's been racing in Porsche Sprint Challenge.
Ah, okay.
Yeah.
So he knows the car.
He knows the car, yep.
I was going to say, watching him today, you know, he seemed quite comfortable behind Tom Pank and able to defend. So, yeah, he's obviously got bags of experience.
So
got, Ben?
I am hearing double yellow from RC.
There you go. There it is.
Just, I think if he would have gone up just a little bit more had he been able to, they're going to do that. But I think they're going to be able to clear him pretty quick. But I'm seeing something on the back of David Tuati's wing, moving left to right a little bit under a little bit of duress. See that?
Oh, I see it.
And then coming out of turn 9.
And the rear wing's shuddering more than it normally would.
It's moving left to right pretty good. Not sure. Great shot there. Who is at turn 1?
Oh, it's Lake. Of course it's Lake. I mean, come on.
See, we met Lake's parents
That's
at pit
genius.
race. Nice job, Lake. But yeah, it's got a little bit of a left and right. So RC, our race control, is going to, he just didn't like where that car was, and they're going to bring out a car. That's Joel Johnson. They're telling the pace car where they are. But now this puts a lot of pressure on Joel Johnson because now he's got to lead the pack through. They're going to be able to clear Tom Pank pretty easily. So, Ken, what would you be telling Joel Johnson right now if you could talk to him?
Don't look in your mirrors.
By the way, we did have to smile when you were at the pit exit doing the calm down, fellas sign next to Chelsea, who was just hopping up and down.
The Energizer Bunny, yes. Yeah.
Great stuff. So where else are you going for the rest of the year? I believe you finish at COTA with us?
Yes, finish with COTA, but we before we do, we go to VIR. We're here, VIR, and then COTA, finish up the season. And in the midst of very heavy planning for 2025, excited about that. We have a number of new drivers here, I think 3, and a number of new drivers coming back with us for next year for the season. So although this year's not done yet, we're really looking forward to next year.
Yeah, 7 races to go, including the 3rd race here this weekend, and then 2 more events.
So I'm hearing for the safety car to move out. Now, this is something that you don't learn in race school, and I wish we did, but basically how to restart a race from the lead. And every group has different rules. Some you have to wait for the green flag. Some you can accelerate in a certain zone. But I'm not sure. What are the IGT rules for a restart?
Green flag flies, you go.
Okay.
Yeah.
So you have to wait for the green. Okay.
Yeah.
That's awesome.
And that doesn't. So it's no control of the leader or anything like that.
No.
Okay.
So Joel Johnson, first weekend here, gets 2nd place overall in this morning's feature race 1. Now in the Fixie Wheels Challenge, he is in 1st place, but he's got Lucas Pank and Juan Gonzalez, Mark Zandrich, David Tuati right behind him. But you can
One
see
Pank down, 1 to go. That's how he's looking at it.
Yeah. Pass the baton to Lucas at this point.
Yeah, and Lucas will be able to see that Dayglow green and blue parked up, and he'll be on the radio going, "What happened to that?" Yeah, you can see. Yeah, it's just one of those places, isn't it?
Just
it's
a little
far
bit.
enough away, but if you miss your braking point,
you're
going to run into some humans, or at least a couple of big trucks.
So you can see that they've actually slowed down the pace car because this is like such a math problem for RC up there because he's like, okay, they can run a pace lap at this. They think it's going to take this long to get off. So if we slow them down this much, can we go back to green this lap?
Yeah. Of course, the guys are never happy going slowly, even on a pace lap.
And especially not these cars. And if the directors don't mind, if they could go back to that in-car of Mark Sandrich, because we have a lot of people that, there we go, see, look at that. You can hear that sound, and when you play these on sims or in video games, a lot of people kind of talk about that vacuum cleaner sound of these Porsches, and they were one, but that is how these things sound, and it's just, they're just made so well, like you can just really, really hear it. And then, the engine is right behind the camera and the microphone there, so it's more accentuated than it would be from a front-engine car like a Ford Mustang or something. But the team salad, we were talking about that, the 2 big food processors. You're pretty lucky in the fact that you've got Juan Gonzalez and Mark Sandrich in your series.
Him off. That's good. Look, he's under his own power, so that's good.
Well, he's being towed.
Oh, sorry, I didn't. I'm looking at the graphic. Well, he's out of the way. That's the good thing.
That's the good thing. Yeah.
Now he might just stop and be like, all right, well, let me watch the race.
Watch Lucas. Yeah, watch my son.
So we might get a shot of him watching the race, watching Lucas
let
cheer
him go
for him.
This time?
Yeah, the safety car lights are going to be out. I'm hearing from RC.
All right. So then
Ken,
we're going racing again.
What are you looking for here in a restart?
First off, you can't be overly optimistic, in a thing. You may be excited to say, all right, I can now see the back of the car in front of me, but you still have to be methodical about it, Don't lose your wits. Keep your wits about you. Stay as close as you can to the car in front of you, and then see if you can't, there is a mistake somewhere made. Usually, probably going in, braking, late braking going into one.
Yeah.
That's usually the issue.
Certainly Pack will want to pounce in that first lap.
Yeah.
You've seen what Joel can do.
Yeah. Can I go by on the inside of one? And but we'll see.
Well, the Ginetta's lights are off. He will be pulling in after this next left-hander. And that will leave the race to Johnson. So basically, the whole field is now waiting on that green, yeah?
Yes, that's correct. And it's usually pretty early.
Yeah. So, the restart. Race 2. International GT, Ken Fengler and Ben Sissel alongside me. Joel Johnson will lead them to green. And everybody fanning out now.
Whoa.
Jostling for position. Trying to get into that first corner first. Joel's done it well, though.
Yeah, he has. Coming into Mission Foods.
Juan Gonzalez.
Look at this 3 wide.
Ooh, Twatty around the outside. Gonzalez on the inside. Somehow Pack gets through into second place.
Somehow Juan Gonzalez did the right thing and let him go by.
Had to back out.
So nice job, Juan. You didn't collect 3 cars. We appreciate that.
Had to back out. Something had to give.
Yeah, that would have been chips and salsa everywhere, wouldn't it?
Yeah. There we go.
So good restart from Joel Johnson. He leads this race. Pack in second. Twatty now up to third place. Gonzalez in fourth. Good restart from David Twatty.
Robert Weissman had a very good restart.
Yeah.
Look, he's moving way up. He's in that third or fourth place. He had a big jump. 3.8 car. Robert's the quiet one. Been with us a long time. Runs just about every race. And, you never, not much fanfare. Gets up on the podium, collects his hardware, goes home, waits for another race. But great customer, great driver.
I don't know if you could do IGT, though, without his wife. She's always helping.
Missy's always helping. Yes, exactly. And I don't know if you know this or not, but he just purchased our founder, co-founder of IGT. He bought Bill Riddell's car. So he now has... Yeah, he has a 4-liter car sitting there next to his. He brought it along, as I guess, as a spare.
So we've got a pass there on Juan Gonzalez. Is that Groombridge? Yeah, Nick Groombridge around Juan Gonzalez. Nice. Oh, no, that's Robert Weiss. Bob Weiss. Yeah, sorry.
Yeah, well, it's a 4-liter by a 3.8. Robert doing a good job in the 3.8. Robert Ballister leading the 3.8 and the Mission Foods GT3 Cup Trophy Championship at this point. So,
Tommy Ballister, right?
Yes, Tommy Ballister.
He's leading the championship.
Yes, he is.
Nice.
Yeah. He had an unfortunate incident, caught some oil and unaware at Road America, no flag, and lost the car. So this is a borrowed car that Tommy is in.
And it's the one that's already been in an incident there.
No, that one hasn't been an incident.
No.
He's been clean, so don't worry, Benia. He's been clean, but he's going around.
He's good.
Going good.
But
it was far long.
But as he said, this car's been parked for about a year, so he's having to do setup and get the car suitable to him for this weekend.
So here's our leaders: Joel Johnson, Lucas Pank, David Tuati, Juan Gonzalez, Nick Groombridge, Mark Sandrich, Tommy Ballister, and Bob Weiss.
Yeah, the top 2 pulling away at the front now. They've got a gap of about 3 seconds ahead of the chasing Pack.
But I tell you what, though, Ken, at the back of that shot are those new Caymans.
Yeah.
Those new 4.0 Caymans are running very similar times to these, what I call 911 type cup cars.
Cayman 4 liter is a very capable car. Very, very capable. Our regular Watkins Glen driver, Rocco Ginetta, leading in the 3.8 liter. We only see Rocco here at the Glen. I've asked him how many IGT races. He said 6. How many years have been here with us at the Glen? 6.
Sandrich making a great inside pass at the toe of the boot on Groombridge.
Yeah, up to 5th place. Nicely done.
Yeah, we were talking about David Hampton with Hampton Lumber out of Bend, Oregon. He's the guy you've seen on Facebook that put the smiley face in the pine trees. And I talked to him, and it's a 300-foot circle that they planted these trees 15 years ago, and that's what made the smiley face. It's really cool.
No kidding.
Yeah.
That's fantastic.
So there's Groombridge now behind Sandridge. Tommy Ballister, who is our points leader, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Wow.
Yep.
And with Pank out, that's going to help him.
White flag is out.
Yep, white flag out. Last lap coming up.
So there's Groombridge. Beautiful new livery on Groombridge. He was with us on the West Coast just a couple months ago.
Yep. And Tommy Ballister's going to do the same, leave a car in Texas for the West Coast swing for next year. And yes.
Nice.
Yep. And we have we're really working on logistics for our customers to get cars to the West Coast for next year.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's awesome. The West Coast race is really growing. Laguna, Sonoma with Quart. And now here is Rocco Ginetta, second place in Stuttgart with our Fixie Wheels camera.
Yep.
That's Hampton right ahead of him, though.
Yep. 3.8 car following the 4-liter car.
Those 4-liter Caymans, though, man, if you're looking at getting into this, that might be the way to go.
Well, this has been a good Fixie Sprint Challenge race.
Yeah.
I'd like to thank Brent for his support of the past few years, and his support, our trophies, sponsors.
Really cool trophies.
Yeah.
And I was looking at the new Fixie wheels that David Tuati's running right now, kind of helping them develop. So that's kind of neat.
Yes, and the big key to success on that one, a couple pounds lighter on each wheel on that. A great selling point. And I think the trophies are as heavy as they used to be because it's designed after that. The trophies are the same weight.
Well, Jonathan, give Joel Johnson and his family something to show all their friends on social media. Bring us home here.
What a weekend it's turning out to be. Joel Johnson showed up this morning, didn't really know what he was headed for. He was sandwiched between the two Panks. He followed one home in Tom Pank last time out. He's being followed by Lucas Pank this time, but it's going to be the 207 who takes victory number 2 out of 2 at the Glen. And it's not often you can win at the Glen, never mind 2 in a row, but he does it. And Joel Johnson is very much now established in IGT. Well done, a victory for him.
Not a bad weekend. Second and first in that Rainmaker car. Nice job, Joel Johnson.
Lucas Pank takes second, and David Tuati is third.
So it looks like Sandridge made the pass after the checker.
Right.
Does that count?
Nope. That count. No, That's just giving his friend Juan Gonzalez a wave. That was an awesome race.
I'm very happy for the Goldcrest crew and Mark Sandridge that he was able to get out after that first lap, first race misfortune of being in the wrong place at the wrong time. Shout out to the Goldcrest crew for banging that car back out, getting that sheet metal away from the tire. Owen Trinkler, who's here coaching the pro, did a couple laps in it, give it the okay that it was all right, and gave a good car to Mark.
He would know.
Yes, and gave a good car to Mark to obviously enjoy this race and 60 minutes worth of racing tomorrow at that feature right around noon, right after noon.
A couple more drivers coming in or not?
I'm sorry?
Yeah,
any
we
more
do
drivers,
have some crazy guest drivers tomorrow.
Guest drivers, exactly.
Good.
Yeah, we'll have co-drivers here,
So there's David Hampton, who we were talking about, the winner of Stuttgart, the yellow Stuttgart, and then Ginetta right behind in the next yellow, kind of what I call the windshield banner there.
Yeah.
So that's the delineation. And then I believe Maranello, when we have Ferraris, that's green. The banner's green on the Maranello Cup?
Maranello Cup's green, okay. Yes. Yep, Stuttgart's got yellow. Yep, and obviously red for the Mission Foods GT3 Cup trophy.
Confirmation then of the IGT Feature Race 2. Joel Johnson with the win, his second of the day in the exhibition class. Lucas Pank, though, takes second place. Another good result for him. Sadly, his dad did not finish. David Tuati rounds out the podium. Juan Gonzalez, our sponsor, finishes fourth in the 81X. And Mark Sandridge, fifth. Nicholas Grumbridge in sixth place. Ballister, Wisen, Hampton ninth. And Jordan Sandridge rounding out the top 10. Well, my thanks to Ken Fengler. As he says, we'll have another more endurance race, a 60-minute race tomorrow. So we look forward to that. Some guest drivers to come up with. My thanks to Ben Sissel, as always. We'll take a short break from the Glen. We'll be right back with more from the Speed Tour. Stay with us.
Taking on the challenge, moving ahead. It's about going further, faster. At Customers Bank, we know that great things happen when you combine the best of technology with a deeply human touch. So we offer a wide range of personal, small business, and commercial banking solutions with outstanding personal service, giving you the edge you need to take on tomorrow.
Welcome back to Watkins Glen as we look at high above the boot, the famous boot here at Watkins Glen. And, you know, we talk about our speed tour and some interesting folk. Well, think about this. With you add in FR and F4, SVRA, Trans Am, all of the Pirelli Holdings cars, including IGT, you've got quite a substantial group of races. We have some, in some events, plus 400 races in all, with all the group racing in SVRA. It's quite an undertaking, and that means we've got some very cool characters. So we thought we'd tell you more about them in our stories from the paddock. And we start with Roger Williams.
All these cars were built by teenagers somewhere in between the age of 15 and 19. All these cars were built by teenagers somewhere in between the age of 15 and 19. It's a long story. I decided I wanted to be a teacher after kicking around doing labor and stuff, so I went to college. I was 28 before I started the college, and I decided I wanted to teach because I thought the students needed better teachers in certain cases. After college, I started teaching automotive technology, and I didn't have anything for the students to do, but I was already working on race teams and stuff. So I just started teaching them how to take a car apart and put it together in race form, build the roll cages, build everything. The whole cars would come into the shop, and the students would take them all the way down to a tub and rebuild everything. Oh yeah, it was far better than being in an academic classroom. And it was an easy car to work on because it's really simple. So they didn't have to learn a lot of computer stuff right off the bat. They pretty much learned how to handle the tools and take a simple car apart and put it back together, just like I learned. I taught about 25 years and about 60 students a year. They did this car right here, named Dorothy, and the orange one back there, named Trixie. This particular car's been on the track since 2000. That's the Golden Shifter Award. We have a group of guys who all drive one of these with identical equipment in it. There's a formula to pick a winner for the year. The interesting thing about it is the winner from that year has to display it at every race for the next year. And we also encourage them to make modifications to it. So if you look at the trophy, it started out just as a shifter off of a Sprite, and then things have been added to it, like there's an airplane, new sparkly paint, a turntable. This year's winner will get the trophy and will feel obligated to modify it in some fortune. The plan for my race car is not to break and not to crash and not to go off the track into the mud. No, not really. I'd like to keep doing it as long as I physically can. I wouldn't be here if it wasn't good. I started racing at SVRA events maybe 5 or 6 years ago, and I like the organization. I like how I'm treated, and I like the opportunity to race at different tracks where I haven't raced before, and not to spread hate and discontent in the pits.
Mr. McKay, it's absolutely my car. I said, Mr. Penske, how do you know that for sure? He goes, well, you see those toggle switches and that little diamond plate on the dash? I said, yeah. He goes, I put that in myself. I have a Corvette restoration facility called Corvette Repair Incorporated in Valley Stream, Long Island, New York. But my passion is cars with race history, cars that went to Le Mans, Sebring, Daytona, and so on. So I've been very fortunate. That was Roger Penske's first race car as a team owner. The car is the only C2 Corvette that back-to-back wins at the 24 Hours of Daytona and the 12 Hours of Sebring in 1966. He was overwhelmed when he first saw the car. We spent some time together. I met him once at one event, showed him my scrapbook, and then I met him again at the Simeon Museum in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, and spent about 20 minutes with him, went over the whole car, and he looked inside the interior. He goes, Mr. McKay, it's absolutely my car. I said, Mr. Penske, how do you know that for sure? He goes, well, you see those toggle switches and that little diamond plate on the dash? I said, yeah. He goes, I put that in myself. So he was a hands-on kind of guy. Oh, he's one of my biggest heroes. I pinch myself every morning when I look at my collection in my garage, and I went after the very best cars I can afford. Oh, I'm very fortunate to be a part of it. They asked me to bring the car down here. We brought out a couple other cars. We brought a couple of cars that also raced at Sebring in 1960. It was owned by Briggs Cunningham himself. But knowing that the cars were here in 1960, these guys were here, 50, 60 years ago. This is unbelievable that we're a part of history. So we're going to preserve it and tell the story as much as we possibly can and let people get an education what we're doing here. So it's been fun. His goal was to win Le Mans. He went back there in 1960 with a guy named Zora Duntov, who was the father of Corvette. He special ordered 3 Corvettes out of a place called Harryman Chevrolet in New York City. They got very, very special treatment behind closed doors. Got special motors and special heavy-duty features and double sway bars and the whole 9 yards. And he went over there, and actually, the record held for over 40-plus years. The number 3 car actually was 8th overall and first in class. And the cars here today, all 3 Cunningham cars have survived.
Just improve throughout the year. I really want to be in the top 5, and if I can make it on the podiums this year, it would be wonderful, absolutely wonderful. My name is Landon Martriano Lim, and I'm car 73. So I actually just started with doing track days with my dad. We would take a Lotus Elise on track and just have some fun. And then I started competing in the club series just to see what it's like and everything. My competitive spirit really took over. And it was all during COVID, so it gave me a new passion to go for. And then I found out this is all I want to do. So the people in the club were just like, okay, wait, you've got a shot at this. You should really go for it. And I took it. So here I am now. Made it to Formula Regional Americas and ready to go. Last year, I ended the season on a definite high with the Omologato Perfectly Timed Pass Award. So I had the most successful overtakes in the season with 64. It's going amazing. I just did the FR Oceania Championship in New Zealand, January, February, And we did that developmentally to catch me up to anything I might be behind on, and it was the perfect thing. It was absolutely what I needed. So I'm really looking forward to this FR America season. I think we're ready to go, and my goal is definitely to be in the top 5 this year, so that's what we're pushing for. So the turbo is definitely a big difference. I mean, you just have so much more speed overall, and then the aero as well. This FR car actually has working aero compared to the F4 car last year, so getting used to that's a lot of fun, no doubt about that. It's going great so far. We finished P6 in the last practice yesterday, so I'm really comfortable, and this is a home track for me. So super stoked. It's a little extra pressure, but I'm ready for it. I love everybody here. These are the people that got me into motorsport. So I couldn't be more thankful for them, and I want to give it back to them and give them a good show this weekend. Secret's not losing your focus for 1 second. You have to be on point, pinpoint, just ready for every next move, thinking 2 steps ahead, that way you're ready. Oh, it's absolutely huge. They help us a lot out on the test days, so that's a whole extra day we get to be in the car at the track before the race weekend. So that's really helpful for getting extra time in the car and getting to learn more. It's more chances to learn, which is the biggest thing. So with the mostly Filipino background for my family, it's really big for us, and I love our culture and everything we're about. So it feels good to be able to represent those as well here in America. So my great-grandfather was Chinese, and to get out of the war in China, he had a best friend who was Filipino. So he used his last name to get out of China, and shortly after, his best friend passed away. So he combined the 2 names, and that's how we got Montreal on a Limb. Doing everything I can to improve and prove that I have a place here in motorsport, even starting so late. And I guess I'm technically old for the crowd, being 22, but that's just even more reason to push hard right out the gate. So just improve throughout the year. I really want to be in the top 5, and if I can make it on the podiums this year, it would be wonderful, absolutely wonderful.
What it is. I totally feel like I'm a kid again when I get on my buzz bike.
Horsepower, baby. You know me, I like horsepower.
We no longer bring golf carts to the racetrack because we have buzz bikes.
Hello and a warm welcome to the epic and iconic Watkins Glen for the latest round of the Cube 3 Architecture TA2 Championship. Beautiful weather here, late August, with me, Ben Sissel. We're getting to that point in the championship. Rafa Matos has been on an absolute run. 4 victories so far, but there's an opportunity. There's a chink in the armor, if you will, because Thomas Merrill, the 2022 champion, is in pole position for Watkins Glen. Friday race, and also I noticed Annunziata starting where he should have started so many other races, on the front row.
Yeah, finally, Thomas Annunziata doing it right. But here we are, Mission Foods, Watkins Glen SpeedTour, and Rafa Matos, who we know knows how to win championships. But he didn't tell me he was disappointed to be qualifying 9th, but he obviously is, especially when his biggest competitors are right here up front.
Gonna say, even though I painted a dark story about an opportunity for somebody else, Rafa Matos has got so many great victories under his belt here, and he is superb here. I'm gonna head off to the booth. I'm gonna let you talk to some of the drivers. We are racing very soon here from the Glen.
All right, well, ladies and gentlemen, here we are. The Cube 3 Architecture TA2 Series. This is going to be the grid walk, fan walk. Thomas, we were talking about this. This is exactly what you needed to have happen here for the points race.
Yeah, no, we're stoked. I'm glad it stuck. I'm glad you didn't jinx me earlier in qualifying, actually, so that was pretty cool. But no, I'm starting up front at the Glen's always fun. I love this place. This should be a great race. It'll be different. The racing this time of day, it's a lot later than when we normally race, so that might play a factor for us. But I'm racing for my buddy Jason. He's watching at home. Jason, I hope you're feeling better, and stay strong, buddy.
Yeah, Jason, your cars are very fast. You're doing really well. We're coming over here. Look at this. Thomas Annunziata strapping in. You know, we were talking about that. One thing that's happened, Thomas Annunziata is always super fast, but he's had a couple races where he's been forced to start from the back. In fact, Nick Tucker, come in here real quick. Let's get Nick Tucker here, the crew chief of Nitro. We were talking about Thomas Annunziata, maybe the fastest driver in the field, but he's been having some rough starts. So you're starting here front row. That's got to be up to the plan.
Yeah, it's certainly encouraging. We've had a tough year of mistakes and faults that have caused us to have to start in the back for various reasons. So today is refreshing. We get to be on the front row, and the kid will have a real shot to win this thing.
Nice, I love it. So Nick Tucker there with Nitro, Thomas Annunziata with the ChriswellFord.com. Then we talk about the Cube 3 Architecture. The TA2 Series Cube 3 is on this. Carson Quapple, very fast. He was with us on the podium at pit race just a few months ago. But the funny thing is, he was out there, he qualified 3rd, then he had a mechanical. I think his right front went down at turn 10 and then ended up going into the wall. So not sure what's happening there. But then we've got Jake Drew. Jake Drew with silver hair and Franklin Road doing really, really well. Jake Drew with silver hair. Sorry about that, we're having a little bit of technical, it's my fault. But Jake Drew doing really well. We've got Laura here talking about the silver hair and the Franklin Road. But Jake Drew, we were talking about this every track we go to, it's his first time there. So what kind of information are you giving him?
Well, basically the main thing he's doing is looking over the data from last year's race with Ryan Isabel, our engineer, Gil Martin, our competition director, and he's showing such speed, first time here, so we're just going to pray and be hopeful.
I love it. I love it. So then we've got Ben Mayer here. Ben Mayer strapping in. You know, obviously very fast. He's got the 2 pole awards from this season. But Ben Mayer, you take the green. What's your strategy?
I'm just going to try and survive the first few laps, and it's definitely going to be a tire preservation game. I just want to take care of my tires, so hopefully they'll be good at the end of the race, and hopefully I can put her up front.
Nice. Well, there's Ben Mayer. So we've got Josh Hurley here, but something I want to talk about is our Pro-Am. We've got the Pro-Am drivers coming back here. We've got Adrian Lostowski, Doug Peterson, Jimmy live on the scene, obviously with Michelle Abadi. You cannot miss this car. You know, the Ghost Energy, the Lucas Oil. So talk about Michelle Abadi with Nitro and the Pro-Am. What are you expecting, Jimmy live on the scene?
Well, Michelle Abadi's Lucas Oil Ghost Energy car is going to save tires today, and we're going to win this race.
Nice. So Jimmy Live is saying it's all about saving the tires. So Jonathan, that's some strategy. I'm going to send it to you in the booth.
Yeah, that's always the case. And Ben Mayer just getting us into the intricacies of Trans Am and TA2. It's 100 miles, but that's, well, a lot of laps, and it's basically a sprint endurance. That's how I like to describe it, because 100 miles is a lot more than a sprint, and that's why those Pirelli tyres will start to go full tank of fuel, remember, and they are going hell-bent for leather. Now, it all depends, and that's what Ben Mayer was alluding to, is to get through the first few laps, because you want to fight for position, you want to fight for a settled position, but as we take a look at the grid here, Thomas Merrill really needs this HP Tuners Coke cars against the Bayshore Mortgage and Nitro Motorsports car of Thomas Annunziata, who, to be fair, has been the man on form. He's just not been getting the starts in terms of qualifying. He's been doing some other races, Xfinity, etc. So coming in here, row 2 sees Carson Quapple and Jake Drew, both capable of winning, both youngsters all fighting hard to get their position. Ben Mayer starts 5th. Josh Hurley alongside him, the coach turned driver. Lostowski and Austin Green, Rafa Matos and Tyler Casera, work to do for those two Nitro boys. Tyler and Rafa, I expect them to work forward together. Doug Winston, Cale Phillips, Michelle Abate, you heard from her engineer, Bruce Raymond. Then Ty Young on the next row, and alongside him, Brian Scheibel coming in with Alliance Autosport in his first time in the championship in the Pro-Am, and Keith Prochuk has been sent to the back, having qualified 11th. He got a penalty, and none of the laps that he got in qualifying counted. So Keith Prochuk, also with HP Tuners, sort of literally bookending the two sides of this grid, with one at the front and one at the back. So we wait to go racing, get that start command. And the drivers absolutely love racing here at Watkins Glen, and they're lucky in terms of the weather too. It's perfect conditions. It's getting hotter, to be fair. Qualifying took place earlier today at about 11, so it's definitely warmer now. And so again, Ben Mayer rightly pointing out that tyre management will be key, because it's hot, it's tricky. There's a lot of fast corners in this particular track, and there's a lot of places you can make mistakes. That's the thing about this circuit. There's a couple of stop and goes. There's some really fast turns. Here's a look at the championship. Rafa Matos at the moment has a 129-point lead. That's comfortable, but it's possible to score over 100 points in each weekend. So Thomas Merrill is far from out it. And look at Annunziata, who starts alongside Merrill for this one. And remember, Annunziata leading the young guns as well. He, of course, raced last year, so he's not in the rookie hunt. But he is in the young guns, and there you see it. Annunziata on 6:37, Ben Mayer in 6:24, Jake Drew 6:05. So we've got a battle royal at the front of this one. Boris Said Jr., not out of it, 4:78. He's had a good season, one of his best so far, certainly in Trans Am. Really impressed with Junior, and Dad will be racing this weekend, so double duty for Dad. He's watching the kid, and he's also out there himself. So looking forward to seeing the mighty Boris Said, who's got a fantastic record here, of course, at Watkins Glen, having done all those years of NASCAR right here at the Glen. So, calm before the storm, getting lunch out, getting lunch put away, whichever it is, or a quick skateboard ride to your favourite spot. Pro-Am Challenge, look at this. Barry Bowes is flying at the moment. Just one on the West Coast has Barry Bowes. Tommy Sheehan chases him down, but look at the gap between Sheehan and Prochuk, nothing. And then Gerard Odrick with a win last time out at Road America. He now is in the hunt, just a few points behind Prochuk. Let's head down to Ben Sissel for the start command.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, here we are at the Mission Foods Watkins Glen SpeedTour. I'm with my friend Juan Gonzalez of Mission Foods. And Juan Gonzalez, today is your birthday.
Yeah, I'm happy. It's 67, the new 35, and I'm racing today in IGT. So what a better birthday.
And we were talking, you've been racing here since 1991. Yes. Mission Foods is celebrating 45 years, and now you are just all over the place, all around this track. That's got to feel good.
It's always nice to be supporting motorsports, and especially SVRA, Trans Am, IGT, Formula 4, all the classes that we do together in this group.
Now, if you were following along, Juan just got out of his car, was on the top step of his podium in International GT. So I know you're a huge fan, but Juan, deliver us the most famous words in motorsports. So take it away, sir.
Drivers, start your engines.
So less than 5 minutes to go as the muscle cars of America roar into action in 2024. It's been this way since 1966, and I think we've had 46 Trans Am races here in that time. So it really, truly is a fantastic series, and Watkins Glen a huge part of its history, and Juan Gonzalez doing it proud, getting the engine started, having just got out as a class winner in his group in IGT. He'll be back out again in action tomorrow. But now let's turn to our biggest championship, TA2. It's been a really fascinating last few years, dominated by the likes of Rafa Matos, Thomas Merrill, but then the likes of Connor Zilic, now in Xfinity full-time in 25. Brent Cruz, our current champion, similar age, just slightly younger than Zilic. He too now making his way as a Toyota development driver, has had a win in TA. He tried TA for the first time. So right now, Toyota just trying to get him in any car they can, just to give him as much experience at 16 as he possibly can. But yes, it's been a championship that has been about the experience of the likes of Rafa Matos and Thomas Merrill, and then the youthful exuberance and the learning of the youngsters. And of course, a lot of these youngsters are in Rafa's team, for example, the Nitro Motorsport team with Ben Mayer. Tyler Casera is a coach for those drivers. And to a certain extent, with a diversity scholarship, so too Rafa Matos. So he's bringing his knowledge. There's the Hendricks Motorsport car, painted the same way as Kyle Larson. An homage, if you will, to Boris Said Sr. So we head out on this famous Watkins Glen circuit, but it's tricky, and one man who knows it well is from Brooklyn, New York. His name, Adrian Lostowski, as he takes his round, the Tricky Glen.
Hey, my name's Adrian Lostowski, the driver of the CMI Ford Mustang, and today I'm going to show you how to get around Watkins Glen. Turn 1 is really fast, brake hard, you really want to get down to your apex. It's banked, so you definitely want to touch the paint, and it sets you up for the S's. The S's is a no-lift area where you're going to be doing 160 miles an hour plus going into the bus stop. And a bus stop, you usually slam through that at over 100 miles an hour. As you approach turn 7's a hairpin and going uphill, so you could definitely get in there faster than you think. So a lot of drivers brake early. You don't want to brake early here, and you want to get good rotation to get a good run going up the hill. Turn 10 is probably one of the most fun corners of the track, and it sets you up for 11. Turn 10 is over 100 miles an hour, and then going into 11, and you're back to throttle, and the closer you get to the wall at turn 11, the faster you go down the straightaway. I'm Adrian Lostowski, and that's how you drive Watkins Glen.
And watch out for the CMI spot-on serve Ford Mustang of Adrian Lostowski in the number 3, and that number is because of his hero, Dale Earnhardt. So there you go. Lostowski enjoying the All-Star race a couple of weeks ago at Lime Rock, and we'll be watching out to see what he can do. But he talked about turn 10 being over 100 miles an hour and fun. It is. But not when you have a puncture, as Carson Quapple did in qualifying. Right in his last run, last lap, literally, he had a right front go down, and he went straight on at over 100 miles an hour into the gravel. Luckily, it's a big gravel trap, and he made it all the way through the gravel and didn't hit the barrier. So he is A-OK and will start third in that Team SLR M1 race car Chevrolet Camaro. Ben joins me back again. It's pretty hot out there, or hotter than it's been anyway. And Ben Mayer, I think, said the poignant remark to you, which is, I just want to get through the first laps and manage the tyres. It's kind of box standard for Trans Am, that isn't it?
Yeah, and I've noticed that the Nitro team are all talking about tire management here. I was talking to the Nitro guy, one of the crew guys earlier, and he shined his laser on the asphalt. The asphalt was about 98 degrees. The concrete, the pit lane, was about 10 degrees cooler than that. So as they come up here through turn 9, through turn 10, we're on board right now with the Ghost Lucas Oil car of Michelle Abadi.
Yep.
I love the day glow gloves, but
yeah,
Jonathan, it's been a while since I've gotten to do a TA2 race.
I know,
with you
it's
in the
exciting.
booth. I'm so excited to be here.
Well, the championship hitting the business end now as we go to Watkins Glen. Canada up next, and of course VIR and Coda still to come. Still time for this man Merrill to make an impact on that Rafa Matos championship lead, and the same is true of Annunziata. So a front row start that is all important. Rafa Matos was very casual after qualifying, not disappointed. He just said, I've just got to keep scoring consistent points, so don't expect any hero time from Rafa. He'll just want to finish this race, but don't count out the Brazilian. If he gets a start, he'll be away, and into turn one they go. And it is Merrill that leads the pack. Annunziata goes round the outside and off track for a second. Austin Green goes way off track, and he's under pressure now, but Austin Green slots back into what fifth be a place in the three-dimensional services, number 89.
That is totally legal. We talked about that in the drivers' meeting. That is kind of the NASCAR line with Austin Green doing the Xfinity Series. It totally makes sense in his position. It was faster, but we saw Ben Merrill kind of taking a risk there that he said he wouldn't do as they come into Cube 3 Architecture's bus stop.
Yep, the first time into the bus stop, and as you heard from Lostowski, it's over 100 miles an hour as Bose goes round. Winner last week in the West Coast, and now parked up with several cars involved. The man from Austin, Texas, in trouble.
Yeah, that is not good.
I was trying to get it going.
Yeah,
he's got it going.
He's got it going. They're there at the Cube 3 Architecture
bus
stop.
He's got a puncture right
the
rear.
Cut tire. Yeah, you're right, Jonathan. Cut tire. But I also saw Adam Andretti going through the grass, so I hope he wasn't mixed up in that. But we did see Jake Drew move up a position. So Jake Drew in third.
Several cars involved. Barry Bowes with a broken. Let's have a look at the viewpoint, if you like, from Adrian Lostowski. You might learn something here. See what you see, Ben. Lostowski running in what, 8th at the moment? Let's have a look.
Yeah, that's right now. That's going through the heel of the boot.
Yeah, that's live.
Okay,
yeah.
So Lostowski there, right behind. Well, that's Ben Mayer and Josh Hurley. So I didn't really get to see anything from Lostowski.
And behind them is Rafa Matos. So Rafa Matos doing exactly what he said he does. He's already made up a few places already at the moment. No, he stayed where he is. Is that Andretti going very wide?
That's Hurley.
Hurley, yeah.
Yeah, and there are no track limits here except for the blend line. So they are able to run over the curbs. Sometimes they find that to be a lot faster, but also re-entering the track. A lot of the drivers aren't expecting it. So watch out for something to happen there. There's Austin Green. Barry Bowes trying to limp that back through.
I was right. Rafa Matos did make up 2 places. He's 7th behind Mayer.
There's Tyler Cassera there in the number 40. Yeah, you're right. He's just ahead of Josh Hurley.
Yeah. There's Tyler Cassera at the 40. Lostowski behind him has dropped to 10th. Boris said 11th. Tommy Sheehan, then Gallagher, Peterson, Sabato, Caton, Phillips, Weisberg. Prochuk has already made it up to 19th, having started at the back, haven't been given a penalty. I think, Andretti's gone out.
Yeah, and, Prochuk and Barry Bowes are really going at it in this Pro-Am, as is Sheehan and Jim Gallagher and Jared Odrick.
If Bowes is out, that changes everything.
It really does. There we go. Good shot of Boris Said Jr. there in that HendricksCars.com. But now we're back on board with Adrian Lostowski, coming through one of the most challenging parts of Watkins Glen, the boot and the laces of the boot. There's Prochuk.
So that's not lasted long. He got up to 19th, and it looks as though, I don't know if that's a separate incident, but the HP Tuners Coke car, race car, one is leading, the other is parked. As you can see, he's trying to get it going. Here's the 27, trying to get that back out. That's Barry Bowes, and obviously that was a nasty hit to the rear.
So we're at full course caution. I'm hearing from race control right now, Tim Richter in my ear. They're doing a thing called Code 60. So all the cars have to slow down to 60 miles an hour so that the safety crews can go out there. That's with our Flagtronics units. They're seeing that on the dash. They can see these Flagtronics units. But Jonathan, another crazy start in the Cube 3 Architecture TA2 Series at Watkins Glen.
Yeah, but just what we wanted. Thomas Merrill, though, leading the way. His teammate is out. Thomas Annunziata still in 2nd place. Jake Drew got a good start, and don't ever count him out. Might be his first time here, but Jake Drew seems to pick up circuits very quick indeed. Quapple in 4th. 5th place, Austin Green. Ben Mayer still 6th. Rafa Matos is up to 7th, and that's classic Rafa. He'll be happy with this sort of saving of the tyres, if you will, because each lap under caution just, gives you an extra lap where you don't have to push the tyres. And one thing that has taught me about Matos's craft is he's always got something in the last 10 laps.
Oh, yeah. Now, Lake, if you can hear me, cameraman at Mission Foods Turn 1, the grass on the front grills. We have a ton of grass on Thomas Annunziata and Jake Drew.
Look, Ben, he's good. He's,
Yeah. That bottom grill.
There
so there
you
we go. There's some there.
Don't challenge him. He'll see you and raise you.
But what that means, ladies and gentlemen, is these cars could, especially with Thomas Annunziata, who's in second place, and then third place, Jake Drew. I saw a lot of that on that under grill part. And the cars will overheat if that's blocking too much of the air. It's not super hot out, but it is hot enough that the cars will overheat, Jonathan.
Well, we've seen this at Mid-Ohio, haven't we, many times before, is if you get too much grass in that lower grill, like you say, the heat comes in, especially under caution like this. The car's getting hotter, not cooler at this point, because all the heat from each of those cars is going backwards and into the other car behind. Now, if you've got grass on your grill, it's just hot air going in, so you're not cooling anything. And the only time you cool anything is at over 100 miles an hour.
So you will notice probably these NASCAR drivers that know they're going to get right up behind the cars, not at this speed, but once the cars go up to speed, if they get right up behind them, it'll kind of suck that grass off, as we see Michelle Abadi.
You can kind of do it in braking?
Yeah,
it's
barely.
Not. Oh, I'm talking about in caution. Could you accelerate, brake hard,
maybe,
accelerate,
but the grass is probably sucked into there.
Okay. So we're under caution at the moment here at the Glen. You can see they are fixing the fence at the bus stop. So we're under caution here at the Glen, and it's just past the bus stop that they're fixing the fence, where we've had some drama already. Several cars involved, including Barry Bowes and Adam Andretti, but a couple of cars a bit beaten up. So we're under caution, full course caution. Here's another look at it from Michelle Abate's point of view. Abate was about 20. Yeah, that's all happening in front of her. Car to the right of her, car in the middle of the field, that's Barry Bowes, and Andretti's car coming back on here. So it was quite a...
That was the Barry Bowes first incident.
Yeah. And I think there was a second, wasn't there?
Yeah. The next lap came around to Keith Prochuk, who
and that's Prochuk's car there,
is, I believe, leading in the Pro-Am Series.
All right, well, let's take a look now at another angle, and we'll do it from Barry Bowes. Now, we should get the story full here. So Barry Bowes, we're on board with him. He gets turned around in the middle of the course. He turns in right and gets turned around. There you go. And it was Andretti that hit him in the 41. Now, whether Adam was hit from behind as well, it could have been a concertina almost. You can see that Adam keeps going there. What a shame for both of them, because both of them having a great season. Barry Bowes just winning on the West Coast last time out in Portland. And he is leading the Pro-Am Championship, so it's turning out to be a big year for him.
So it looks like both of these drivers that I was really concerned about were able to get the grass off of their front grills, which was Thomas Annunziata, Jake Drew. You know, we spoke to Jake Drew earlier. Just like Brent Cruz a couple years ago, every track that he goes to, Jonathan, is his first time going there, and we are really seeing talent from Jake Drew and that silver-hair team.
Yeah, I think this is like his 7th race, no more. I mean, he was on the podium the first time out. I mean, he's had every circuit he's gone to, he's been competitive. So I'm really impressed with Jake Drew. He's got great ARCA experience. He was a champion on the West Coast in that championship. And so, you know, like a lot of Annunziata, Cruz, and Zilich, they're all looking for opportunities in ARCA, in truck racing, and in Xfinity. I spoke to Austin Green. He's having a good season in Xfinity. He's coming back here, actually, so this is kind of a warm-up to it. And I was comparing the cars with Austin Green about, you know, how they go about it. Not so sure about ARCA, but he says that the NASCAR, the Xfinity, is a lot heavier and more powerful. So this is, you know, a good way to, you know, get your head around it without risking too much and without, you know, going that level up to Xfinity and getting lost.
I'm hearing from race control that the cars are supposed to bunch up. We're going to go green next time by. The wall is fixed, but that might be canceled because look at this. They're having a hard time getting them onto the tow truck. So one thing I did notice.
That's because Keith Prochuk's at the back of that trying to pull him back off.
Maybe, yeah. But I did notice a donut on the side of Thomas Merrill, the left side of Thomas Merrill's car, meaning he got hit from the left a little bit that I didn't notice when I did the grid walk. So somebody's gotten into the side of Thomas Merrill, our leader. So not sure what's happening there. And you can see that the safety crew's really just struggling to put Keith Prochuk up onto the tow truck, the flatbed tow truck, as they will look here. A great shot of the Cube 3 Architecture's bus stop with the mission signs there. And we do have Friday. We have a pretty full crowd here at Watkins Glen.
Yep. an important race for Thomas Merrill. He's had a win at Road Atlanta, of course, but it's been an up and down, consistent year for Thomas Merrill. But as I said at the start, this could be an opportunity for him, but he doesn't want Rafa Matos to creep any closer to the front. Currently in 7th, there's the Pro Chuck car being loaded up.
We don't talk about Adrian Lostowski enough, but man, it's been really neat to see. He won an SGT championship with us a few years ago, moved up to TA2, but he is really getting fast, Jonathan.
Yeah, no question about it. I feel for Keith. It's been a good season, and like you said, that Pro-Am thing has kind of just created a competition we didn't have before and really, really opened it up. Lostowski goes from strength to strength. Home race for him, of course, as he gave us the track map, and he's in good position here. And great onboards here from the Glen. So we're under caution here, and we'll hope to go racing very, very soon from our TA2 race.
Rev up and get ready for race day with Mission Foods. The world's best racers and tastiest products come together to make every race delicious. Fully loaded tacos, fast wraps, piled high nachos. Whatever you crave, Mission will help you be race ready with easy to make recipes that will take your race day to the finish line. Keep your racing delicious and enjoy all the mouth-watering action. Brought to you by Mission Foods. Too fast, too tasty.
Welcome back to the Cube 3 Architecture TA2 race from Trans Am, that is, for 2024. We're at the Watkins Glen, one of the most iconic circuits in the world, I would argue, and certainly in America. And we've got Trans Am, the longest road racing series in America, as Thomas Merrill, our 22 champion, leads them to green again. Chance for Annunziata, Austin Green, jinks out, Quapple in 3rd in the grey and the red. And round the outside goes the 17 of Quapple. Annunziata goes wide, but just about holds on for 2nd. No, he doesn't. Up the hill, it's going to be a drag fight between those two. Quapple trying to make, Jake Giroux, trying to make his way through on Annunziata, but Merrill is away at the front as we go back on board with Lostowski.
Adrian Lostowski coming here to Cube 3 Architecture bus stop.
So they file through the bus stop. Austin Green in the hunt, Ben Mayer in the hunt, and just behind that is the American Concord flagpole of Rafa Matos, our championship leader, by 129 points.
Great shot of Bruce Raymond and Michelle Abadi coming through that carousel. Very difficult to drive the carousel as they come into the boot section as Bruce Raymond just to the right of her, running that Optima Batteries FM3 marketing Ford Mustang. But Michelle Abadi, you know, like we were talking about with Jimmy live on the scene, really trying to conserve her tires and let this race come to her, doing a great job coming through the toe of the boot, which is a very difficult part of this circuit.
Yeah, it's been fun watching Michelle Abate for the last few years. She's a work in progress by her own admittance. She's learning her way. She went from the West Coast to the National. She didn't know if she could handle it. She did a few races and then came back. And every weekend, it's a learning event for her. She's had injury. She's bounced back from it. And she has been superb to watch race. A lone Nevada female racer.
Well, Jonathan, what I'm seeing right now is that Thomas Merrill and Rafa Matos are the fastest cars on the track. Thomas is really gapping them. But you can see this little group here of Annunziata, Jake Drew, Quapple, Austin Green, Ben Mayer is really holding up Rafa, which is really working in Thomas's favor as he's just gapping him even more.
Well, and the question is, you've got to ask yourself, if you're Annunziata, do you go after Merrill knowing that, the championship's on the line and he's chasing it, he's also leading in the young guns, or do you just wait because it could be that Merrill pushes like like crazy now in these laps, and then suddenly we get another safety car, and all the hard work and all the grip he's lost is played into an Annunziata and those behind him. Whoa!
Josh Hurley and Rafa Matos going side by side into the Q3 bus stop.
Master and pupil. Of course, Josh Hurley, he coached a lot of the time. He's our E champion a few years ago. Got a chance to go for the real thing, and he's getting some real action against our two-time champion, Rafa Matos. Great stuff.
I think that was no harm, no foul.
Yeah, there you go.
You really have to watch out for that side-to-side contact because it can cut a tire. We've seen that earlier in the season, but Rafa Matos away. Now he's got a lot of teammates to go through and former teammates like Austin Green.
Yeah, and it's not in the teaching manual, though, for Hurley, that bubbing and rubbing, but it does, it's a bit of fun. Into the boot and down towards the heel of the boot they go. And it's Merrill, Annunziata and Drew, as it was at the beginning. And Quapple drops to 4th now, Green 5th, Mayer drops to 6th, Matos up to 7th. He and Hurley having Hurley-Burley, if you will. Casera, 9th, and Mostowski rounding out the top 10.
So there's Rafa and Hurley. And then Tyler Casera, who considers this his home track.
Yeah.
Watch for Tyler Casera. His whole family's here, but we are on board with the man from New York, Adrian Lostowski.
Yeah, and by the way, Pro-Am being led by Tommy Sheehan now. The Ironman leading the way with Barry Bowes out of this race. So important points in the in the Pro-Am series.
Nice. Well, that's really good for the Vixen cycle. But
Bowes
look at
still
this.
out there.
You can see Barry Bowes is now he's back out there getting points. So this is really smart for Barry Bowes and that M1 team.
Well, they're lucky that there was not more damage to the right rear because it hasn't bent it. They were able to put another wheel on it, and as you can see, he's currently circulating in 25th position. There's Boris Jr. Dad'll be here, biting his fingernails and watching the clock, getting ready for his TA race.
Yeah, that gap is increasing every lap just by a little bit. But Jake Drew is really trying hard to get around Thomas Annunziata. There's only about 2 or 3 really good passing places here at Watkins Glen, or you need the driver in front of you to make a little bit of a mistake.
Bouncing over the curves at the bus stop. Field spreading out now, and of course, as the race goes longer, we've got 30 laps of this. We're only into 7, and you can see how long the tail is of this group, all the way down to Abati in 22nd in the can't miss her in the Dayglow yellow. So it's going to become a bit of a war of attrition. But the guys, I would say anybody in the top 10, or even 11, is capable of winning this race.
Yeah, but right now, I will tell you, Thomas Merrill has a really fast car, and Rafa's got a lot of work ahead of him. He's got a lot of really fast drivers to get ahead of. But Jake Drew, his car looks really connected, too. He's just got to figure out how he can get around Annunziata. But sometimes here at a track like Watkins Glen, like a turn 1 passing zone, if you try to duck out, then that might open the door for Quapple also. So you also have to go in defending and trying to be aggressive.
I don't know what they're feeding him in the Silver Hair stable, but it's good hay, that's for sure. They did it with Connor Zilic last year, and they're doing it again with this man, Jake Drew. It's pretty impressive stuff by Silver Hair Racing, Maurice and Laura. That combination there. And it's a team dedicated to helping youngsters get through to the future. And they have had many of the current Cup car top men come through their stable and try Transact.
And speaking of that, Carson Quapple, we're going to see him racing on Sunday and a lot of other series professionally. He's here racing with Team Chevrolet with M1. Very good driver. Was on the podium with us at Pit Race, and we've seen a lot of talent out of him. But look at this. We've got Ford, Chevy in the top 4.
Well, of course, his dad was a truck champion back in 2003. So he's a chip off the old block.
There's Josh Hurley with BC Race Cars. Blaze isn't here with us this weekend. He will be with us next weekend in Canada. So, Blaze, we miss you. And then there's Austin Green. Austin Green looking really fast here. Another one of our more strategic drivers. He might let this race come to him, see what's happening, and look for him in the last 10 laps to really move up a little bit.
What I like about Austin Green, he's a mild man, as it were, when you speak to him, but very aggressive when he needs to be in a car. And, yeah, you're right. He is just quietly going about his business right now. He's in a good position. He's in 5th place, just kind of watching at the front, watching behind, and just seeing how this all unfolds. But there's no question. Now, Thomas Merrill, the man from Salinas, California, has a 2.5-second lead already.
This section that they're here, Dorsey Schrader was telling me about this. They have a bridge going under the track, and there's big bumps there right at the wrong place. So a lot of people can be knocked off balance there coming out of turn 9.
Yeah.
Look for that to become a factor as the fuel wears out in the cars.
Tunnels under racetracks are always a problem. There's only so much you can do. And you're right, every track that seems to have a tunnel seems to have a big bump in the middle of it.
Yeah. So coming through Mission Foods turn 1, Jake Drew just looks hooked up in that Franklin Road Apparel silver hair Chevy Camaro. And looks like he's just trying to bide his time behind Thomas. But the problem is, we have seen, even though we were at full course caution early, we have seen a lot of these races go without cautions. And it looks like Jake Drew and Nunziata, those top 3-4 behind Merrill, might be waiting for that, and it may never come.
Well, Thomas Merrill has a great record here, the 22 champion, but of course his father raced and is a big part of Laguna Seca. His mother raced.
They both race
currently. And they do currently. And his brother raced a tractor up Laguna Seca last weekend, I found out.
Was it a Porsche track?
No, it was just a regular tractor. They're farmers, after all.
Yeah.
So, yeah, good story. So Jonathan Merrill, Ross Merrill, and Tom Merrill all racing. And even Mum Merrill continues to race in club racing. Great stuff. But it is Thomas leading the way, and like I said, this is turning out to be an important weekend for him. Merrill trying to extend that lead. He's got the gap now to 2.6 seconds over Nunziata in second, and Jake Drew in 3. Well, you can see the gap yourself now. And it's healthy this early on in the race. And knowing Thomas, he's such a smart driver, is Thomas Merrill. If he needed to knock it off a bit, he would. He's comfortable out there. The car looks fine. Annunziata, we've seen, come from the back at Lime Rock and various other races, is capable of pushing on. But I think he's smartly thinking about his own Young Guns Championship, and that's 20,000 points. And also the position he's in, trying to catch Rafa. As long as both of them stay ahead of Rafa, they're going to take points away from him.
$20,000 is the Young Guns competition. Exactly. We're right on board with Michelle Abadi here. Coming up, this is that section I was talking about through turn 9. And now you're going to see a little bit of a bump here as they come around right about here. They're going under a tunnel, and there's a bump there that could really knock the cars off and then into that wall. But you can hear her car right now sounds really good. That Nitro Motorsports Ghost Energy Lucas Oil car of Michelle Abadi.
Yeah, that previous corner was where Quapple went off this morning. And luckily he avoided the barrier, and that's why he's out there now in 4th place, just ahead of Austin Green. And it's great to spend some time on board. Complete lap as we go into turn 1 again. And there's Austin Green.
Quapple. Quapple's having some problems coming into the Cube 3 Architecture bus stop. I think he went straight through.
Yes, he did.
And
Look,
he's got a mechanical.
17. Oh, no. Same place as Procha.
Yeah, and this is, he did cut a tire, had a tire go out at turn 10 in qualifying. And it looks like he's got something maybe wrong in the suspension. Not sure. But that is not good for Carson Quapple.
His bow tie is a squiff. He's got a little bit of grass that you mentioned. Somebody else has taken
Jared Odrick.
Odrick.
Now, Jared Odrick went against the rules. If you go through the bus stop, you're supposed to come to a complete stop.
Oh, really?
And that's John Weinberg there.
So we welcome back our MAV viewers, and you missed a bit of drama because we've lost 2 drivers through the bus stop in the last minute or so. Odrick got back going again, but we still don't know what happened to Carson Quapple, who got going again in the 17, but did stop effectively in the middle of the bus stop. Well, no, in the middle of the off-run of the bus stop.
Yeah, that used to be a straightaway all the way into the carousel, but as cars got faster and faster, as we saw with Tommy Kendall in that Intrepid, it just was too fast, so they added the bus stop a few years ago, and I think it adds for some better racing. But Ben Mayer is under some pressure here from his teammate, and Rafa Matos, the faster car, is going to have to make a pass because he's got Josh Hurley right behind him.
Well, Ben Mayer's grown up, though. He may still be only a kid in my eyes anyway, but he's a very accomplished racing driver. Already had a win at the Worldwide Technology Center and a pole position. So while Rafa is the big mighty Rafa Matos to Ben Mayer, and they are teammates and definitely learning from the maestro, I don't think he's going to just let his teammate through. There's no need for that. And in fact, his teammates under enough pressure as it is.
Something's going on, though. Josh Hurley and Rafa Matos seem to be a little bit angry with each other. Maybe they had some contact there going into the Cube 3, but I don't see this kind of action from Josh Hurley. He's very usually collected. He's unhappy with Rafa, and it looks like he's a little bit faster coming through those S's, but I did hear from race control the 0-0 Jared Odrick is going to have to do a drive-through penalty as we see Carson come in. You can see that front left. Looks like maybe the A-arm or maybe a suspension piece has come out, but that car, the front left, does not look good on that.
No, it doesn't. No, I'm going to lift it up. But yeah, oh, no, another bus stop, not taking the bus. They're not getting bus tickets, these people, are they?
And Doug Winston didn't come to a complete stop. He's going to have to do that. Drivers, crew chiefs, if you're listening, the drivers need to come to a complete stop through that bus stop, or they're going to have to go through a drive-through penalty. As we see Alan Mincy changing the tires on the car.
He's trying to blow the brake discs, can cool them down. Good luck with that. You mentioned Josh Hurley. It's funny, I spoke to him at the autograph session, and I don't know if he's mad at just Rafa Matos, because I said, how are you doing? And he said, I'm mad at myself. And that was after qualifying. So maybe this is just a knock-on effect that he's doubly unhappy now. He's got Rafa Matos all over him and past him, and he's not happy with where he qualified in the first place. So not an easy day at the office for Josh Hurley.
So there's Ben Mayer, Rafa Matos, and Josh Hurley coming through Mission Foods Turn 1. Ben Mayer's looking good now. It looks like just in this last lap and a half, all the cars have kind of spread out a little bit. We're kind of in that middle part of the race that seems to happen in the Cube 3 TA2 Series. But Thomas Annunziata has found some speed, or a little bit closing in on the gap on Thomas Merrill.
Austin Green's just done his fastest lap of the race on lap 11, a 1:51.9. Not as quick as Merrill, 1:51.5 by him. So, but that was a lap ago or so. So we're keeping an eye on this battle here because it is the most intriguing. And Tyler Casera, we wish him well because Tyler Casera has been in and out. He's been coaching. I thought it was interesting at the end of Road America that Rafa Matos gave a lot of praise to Tyler Casera for his work with the team, generally speaking, as Quackle does get out.
Yeah, Tyler Casera, just a very smart driver, knows how to analyze the data and giving that data to a lot of the Nitro drivers on his team. So he's a coach sometimes, but today he's a driver. Tomorrow is his daughter's 6th birthday. So happy birthday to her. She got her ears pierced for her 6th birthday, and his whole family's here at their home track of Watkins Glen.
You know, Carson Quapple made his name, like so many others who've come from Mooresville, North Carolina, on the dirt. And he said he's kind of leaving that behind at the moment and sort of doing, you know, he was the number 8 for JR Motorsports late model in 2023, and then earned a Cars Tour late model stock car championship in his debut last year. That's 22 or 2 years ago. And so, yeah, you know, 20 years of age now and making a name for himself, but starting to really make a name for himself, more importantly, in road racing and in stock car racing or similar. And Trans Am is very much a part of that, and he's being noticed, having won championship already.
See John Weisberg there. I called him Weinberg, but Weisberg there, right in front of Michele Abate, and he's just seemed to be a little bit loose on that one turn at the toe of the boot, and now he's locking up. So maybe look for something there with the brake bias, possibly.
Okay. Well, Abate will jump and pants if she gets a chance, but she's got Barry Bowes behind her by the look of it. Yeah, she does. Barry Bowes has done well, actually. He's caught right up with Michele Abate for 20th position. And the beauty of Trans Am is that you're still running at the end of the race. You're going to pick up some points. Yeah. And in the Pro-Am situation, obviously that's important to Barry Bowes. He's currently, what? 7th in Pro-Am. In fact, Michelle he's chasing is also Pro-Am, so he'll want to get past her if he can.
Yeah, every point counts. I love the fact that Barry's wearing those day glow gloves so we can see what he's doing.
Well, that's textbook Watkins Glen. He's made it look good into the bus stop. He just needs to finish it off. He does that, and that was nicely done by Barry Bowes of Texas.
And Michele Abate, and Barry Bowes now lives in Chattanooga, Tennessee.
Does he really?
Yeah, Megan was telling me that today. So, but Michele Abate there, no one to give it up, and that's got to be so frustrating for Michele as the driver who was coming up on Weisberg, but then saw Barry Bowes, the faster car, to give him that entrance into the Cube 3 Architecture's bus stop. Now look at this gap.
Yeah, Thomas Merrill is playing this well. He's taken the gap to, what, 3.3 seconds, and he's just knocking off the times. He's not pushing too hard. He's still in the 51s.
at the moment, and that is faster than most. But as you can see now, the likes of Drew under big pressure from the yellow peril that is Austin Green.
Austin Green is now the fastest car on the track, ladies and gentlemen, and look for him to move up. You can see something on the right front rear quarter panel not connected there in the bodywork, and that could slow him down in the faster sections, but watch for Austin Green to move up. Like I said, a very calculated, very talented driver running in the Xfinity Series this season, coming and doing about 4 or 5 races with us with 3-dimensional, but you can see that bodywork being problems. And look at this, Thomas Annunziata having problems.
I was about to say, I saw something, a little puff of smoke come out of the back of that
and
car.
Ben
And Ben Mayer. They're queuing up at the bus stop. Where is this bus going? I can't understand. Everybody wants to get on.
Now, Ben Mayer didn't come to a complete stop, and I think Rafa still will stay behind him. As look, Boris said
Boris
Jr.
said as well.
So,
they're all going off.
Is there possibly something down on the
I'm
track?
beginning
We're
to
seeing the
wonder
local
that.
yellow, but this is it doesn't happen this much without there being something
Well, I'll
down
tell you
on
why.
the track.
I'll tell you why. Annunziata, if you watch the replay, and I'm sure we'll get one, Annunziata created a bit of a puff of smoke out of the back of the car as he was approaching the bus stop. You then saw that dissipate, and then suddenly he went straight on as though
Austin Green
he had problems.
Side by side with Jake Drew has the advantage here coming through turn 8. Jake Drew gives it to him, but there we go. Austin Green. Now watch for him to try to make a comeback at Thomas Merrill, because right now it looks like he is the fastest car out there.
Yeah, and of course the youngsters, they all want to battle with each other. It's a bragging rights thing between all the youngsters, and of course these two are 120, 124. And
so that puts Green in second place.
Yeah. Wow, what a turnaround. And it just, the bad luck for Annunziata, I don't know what he has to do.
We're going to go full course caution here, ladies and gentlemen. They think there's oil down before the bus stop at Cube 3, and that's what we were kind of saying. It's just odd that for that many cars to have the same thing happen without some kind of fluid down. But Annunziata's out.
See where the yellow flag is?
Yeah.
That's where I saw the puff of smoke.
Yeah, and that's where Annunziata's car gave away.
Yeah.
And sometimes that means something broke in the engine and dropped some fluids.
And what you don't want is you don't want to come up to this braking point and find there is fluid as you brake, which is what I think happened to the guys like You'll see it now, Ben. Let's take a look at the replay, and this is what I'm talking about. Now, watch Annunziata's car here. Bang.
Oh, yeah, fire.
See?
Yeah.
And now smoke. And so you can see the line he's on, and he quite rightly carries on knowing, but look, watch Mayer. Locks up.
Yeah.
Rafa was lucky. And then I think it's Boris Said Jr. who's the next down the line, and he too, look, straight on.
Yeah.
And that is a lockup. That's sliding.
That was right in oil, so great move by race control and Tim Richter and the team to recognize that, and that's what's causing it. But is Ben Mayer going to have to give that position back to Rafa?
Yeah. I'll tell you what, the big news is the leader of the Young Guns is out. Amazing story. And in comes the number 20, quick change of tyres. That's Josh Hurley. So he's been battling hard with Rafa Matos for the start of this race. And not a time to come in, though. You don't need a pit stop. This is not a pit stop race. There is, but you can see, look at that. He doesn't need to stop.
Yeah.
That Pirelli's going P0 nowhere. Oh, dear. Yes, that's why he stopped. I wonder when that happened. Here's Bose. Weisberg ahead of him.
You can see Weisberg struggling for grip or balance. There's something off balance in that car.
Well, Bose has easily passed him. This is good by Barry. He's not lost any of his confidence having had that incident. So back with the leaders. They all crunch up again, and Austin Green can sense the opportunity of a win here. And so too, I'm sure, can Rafa Matos. Rafa Matos said to you coolly after qualifying, just need points, just need podiums.
Yeah, he's in fourth
place.
That's what he needs to do, and we've seen him win championships. We saw him lose a championship to Thomas Merrill at Circuit of the Americas. So
and he hasn't forgotten that, I can assure you.
And so, oh my gosh, this is really heating up because you've got Austin Green, Jake Drew between these two, and I really do think Austin Green is in the fastest car out there right now with a ton of talent, so watch out Thomas Merrill.
Well, the irony is, of course, Rafa Matos has won the championship in a similar car, in similar colors, for Doug Peterson.
So then you've got Tyler Cassera behind Rafa
with
Ben Mayer and Adrian Lostovsky. So let's see if they can work together as teammates.
Well, that's a good story, too, because Cassera, Mayer, and Lostowski have been running in the top 10. Look at Adam Andretti up to 8th again. So whatever happened to Adam in that kerfuffle at the beginning, he scathed through it because he's up to 8th. So I thought there was damage, because remember, we saw him on the grass in the 41 Ultimate Headers Chevrolet Camaro. So hats off to Adam Andretti, already a winner in TA early in the season. He's doing both championship, he's doing double duty, and takes part in TA as well, where he won with Burton Racing. They've got new sponsorship this weekend.
Yeah.
So it could turn out to be a big weekend here at the Glen, and of course with the family Andretti in the woods somewhere in Pennsylvania. I'm not quite sure where, but Uncle Mario.
I think Nazareth, right?
It's Nazareth, yes.
The home of Martin Guitars. You can see them cleaning up where Thomas was, but you can see where this white wrecker is. That's about where the oil is. So now hopefully they're going to put some what we call kitty litter down, and that's just basically pieces of clay that soak up the oil so that oil's not there. But really, and you follow racing all the time, that's almost the worst place. Very high speed, right at the start of the braking zone.
Yeah,
there's an oil puddle there, right when they need grip the most.
And you can see how the truck is warding them away from there just to try to get the kitty litter down. But, I mean, where they're putting it now shouldn't really have too much impact. It's just there's a lot of oil there where he stopped and he just tripped out. But they don't want to make it so that if you do miss your braking point, you suddenly then slide through the bus stop and into ongoing traffic that's coming out of the bus stop. I just feel for Thomas and Annunziata. If it wasn't for bad luck, he wouldn't have it. I mean, the Charlie's bloody recovery truck is about the most he's driven this year. Poor lad. He hasn't won a race. He's had a couple of podiums, no wins.
He's had to start. He's been on the podium from starting from the rear of the field. Yeah, so I really thought he was due to this one.
Yeah, I feel for him. But he's great talent. There's no question about that. Just a bit of bad luck mechanically. And we'll try to get it cleaned up as early as possible. Who haven't we mentioned? Doug Peterson going well. 12th position, of course, team leader of three-dimensional services. He'll be pleased to know that his man Austin Green is up the front. And Barry Bowe's doing a great job coming through the field in 16th place now. And his next opponent, if you will, is Cale Phillips. So we'll be keeping an eye on him.
Well, I'm just hearing from race control, there are no lap down cars. Every car is on the lead lap. I don't know how Barry Bowes and that Team M1 did it to replace the tire under a lap. But Alan Mincy, he knows what he's doing with changing tires here at Watkins Glen. He's done it many times in the NASCAR Cup Series. So unbelievable, but Barry Bowes to stay on the lead lap and looks really fast out there, so really good. And then we've got Jim Gallagher in 11th place in TA2 Pro-Am, doing really well, currently second in the Pro-Am behind Sheehan.
Well, as you say, Odrick did get a penalty. He blew through the bus stop without stopping and gained an advantage, so unfortunately he has been penalized for that. And, of course, Annunziata, lest we forget, has had a win, but at COTA last year, just hasn't had one this year.
So you can see them weaving back and forth, trying to get heat into the tires, trying anything to find grip, but unbelievable. You can see Doug Peterson, we mentioned him there.
Look at Gallagher's car, too. Damage to him.
Got some front splitter, the whole front fender.
Going to do another lap, by the way.
So that's really going to slow down Gallagher. That's not just the splitter, that's that front.
So we're going to do another lap. That's what's going to happen. Right in the middle. I love those Hendricks colors in homage of Dad, who raced for Hendricks. But it's a nice connection, isn't it? He's going to be pretty proud to be racing in the Hendricks colors. There's the grass in the grill that you've been talking about. That's on the 71 car. But Eric Hayden, you've got to watch that, haven't you? There's a few circuits. Watkins Glen is one, Mid-Ohio another. Which would the other one be? I guess Road America.
VIR,
really
of
course, yeah.
Roberto Sabato right behind Eric Caton. Look for him. But I really think who we need to watch is the number 16 of Jim Gallagher, because that front bumper, not the splitter, but like right underneath the headlights, that's come loose, and that's really going to affect them going into Mission Foods Turn 1 at the start.
Yep, no question.
Now, I think
and by the way, for those Americans who are tuning in, that's Fender. But thank you, Ben.
Yeah. But I think the kitty litter needs to go further back there.
So, you can see what they're trying to do. You can see where they've identified it. I think it would be going further back than that. But the point is they're trying to show you where the breaking point is, and so that you don't go on.
Go straight on anyway. I think that we'll be all right. I think we'll be okay, actually, because he kind of did get offline once he realized he'd gone. There's Doug Peterson in those great colors. He's the only one without the yellow. He's got the camouflage.
There it is.
There's Gallagher, yeah. Jim Gallagher, one of our many regular guys to the championship. Been doing it for a fair few years, has Jim.
But you don't want that. You don't want your car to be talking, basically, as it's going down the track.
No kidding. Chattering.
Or chewing.
Yes. 16 laps gone then. Merrill, Green and Drew, your top three. Sheehan, Gallagher and Sabato. And the point is, Jim Gallagher's actually in a very prominent position. He's on the podium for Pro-Am at the moment. So he doesn't want to go in and fix it or tape it up if he doesn't have to, and if they don't bring him in.
So what happens here, Jonathan? We both know Rafa Matos, and we know the calm, cool, championship-winning Rafa Matos will say one thing at grid, but then in the heat of rock and roll of a race, going into turn one, starting fourth, will he take a risk and try to get around some drivers, or do you think he's pretty happy being there?
Well, I would argue that he knows that Drew and Green are hungry, and he knows that Merrill is steady. I think he will be aggressive at the start, he always is, but I don't think he'll try to make any moves on the two in front of him early. He'll keep an eye on Merrill. That's the prize. That's what he's worried about. That's the man who is in opposition to him in the championship. Green and Drew are in their own battle, and I don't think it bothers him where they finish. So I think he will try to get a podium, but he won't go overboard to do
Now,
it.
there's too much for Rafa to lose by taking a chance. I think looking at it, this isn't going to hurt his points too much if it finishes as is. So I wouldn't expect him to do anything crazy. And then he knows he's got his friend, teammate, Tyler Cassera behind him, who he can trust, knowing that he's not going to do anything crazy either.
I think if they're on the radio, they're probably telling Tyler to try to see if, it's to try to be aggressive, because, again, Tyler's not in the championship hunt. He may be able to help Rafa, but not now. He can stay behind Rafa, and maybe they'll work together and maybe do a little bit of swapsies and start sharing tire wear preservance, if that's the right word. But you know what I'm saying. In the closing stages, you could perhaps lead and follow over a few laps as teammates and work together to save the tires. The closer you are, I'm told, the more wash you're getting, the quicker you wear down those tires, especially from the car in front.
There's our Pro-Am leader, Tom Sheehan, with that Dixon Cycle Company. I love this new livery of Tom Sheehan. We go green next time by, but she makes biker apparel for women.
Yep. And, it's apparel. It's not bikes.
And I've seen it, and it's really good. But also accessories for women's motorcycles.
Good. Glad they're doing it.
It's a really cool company, and she didn't get to come to one of the races with us because she was at Daytona Bike Week, because that's her day job.
It's so good they're doing that. Day and Easy, who I worked with for many years in MotoGP, were the only ones who bothered to make proper leathers for women.
It's not just racing, though. She also makes it just for the Harley drivers, people going to Sturgis or Daytona Bike Week, but a little bit of everything, but it's really cool.
Well, I think that oil sign will stay out because obviously it's still down. The kiddie litter is down, though, as well, so we should have plenty of grip. I don't see too much problem coming through the bus stop. Everybody's aware of it now. I think you do take as tight a line as you possibly can. You can see the kiddie litter there. I, like you, would have liked it to go further back, but, hey, we're not there. They know what they're doing, and it should be fine, I think.
But Jim Gallagher, he's still kind of chewing away there at the front of the car's talking. He is second in Pro-Am. He's not going to want to give that up because just two behind him is Sabato, Phillips, Weisberg, Bose, Abadi, Winston, and Raymond all in a row trying to get the next step on the podium.
Coming to green then after this, and we'll go down the hill one more time behind the Ginetta. We're getting to a really interesting part. 17 laps of this race gone. We've had two major cautions, and that's a lot of time at slow speed, but it saves a few tires. It'll mean that there'll be more drivers capable of running good times at the end of this race. Merrill has dominated in those times, 151.4, his best lap so far. And the closest man to him, Austin Green. And as you say, Austin doing that as he came through traffic to get up to second place.
I'll be really surprised if we don't see Barry Bose on the Pro-Am podium. Even though he's back, right now 5th or 6th, in the Pro-Am, his car just seems real fast.
Well, and if you look at what his season has been so far, so safety car lights are out, which means we are going racing. The Ginetta will pull off at the exit of the left-hander, just after the right-hander on the start finish. Here he comes. So, the race is with Merrill. He's got a very hard-charging Austin Green, who took a lot of time to get past Jake Drew. So the last thing that Austin Green wants to do is lose that place back to Drew. And so I can imagine that Austin Green will go for it here if he gets the chance. And Merrill knows that.
Everybody else looks pretty good. Like, we're looking at the cars. I'm just kind of looking at their condition, see what the tires look like. Everybody seems like their car is looking really good. So watch out for this restart. You can see Thomas Merrill. He knows he's got a fast car. So he's going to try to take that as late as he can. And it's all strategy here with this restart, Jonathan.
Yep, here we go. Line astern then. Merrill's done it before in the HP Tuners. Number 26. He's got some rubbing from tires already in this race, but now he wants to finish this ahead of Rafa Matos. Green flag waves. Away we go at the Glen. Good start from the leader. Matos takes the line into the first corner. Drew jinks out. Matos also having a look. Caceres follows his teammate, and likewise, Mayer also in the same team.
No change from one. I think Rafa kind of thought about it and then thought better of it. We saw Tyler Caceres kind of come to the inside, but now we're on board with Barry Bowes. And right in front of him, he could take two positions here.
He's got Cale Phillips and John Weisberg right ahead of him. He thought about it, didn't he? Flapping hood a little bit, but it's under control. And the Iron Smoke car just in front of him. Now there's the bus stop for the first time in the restart. And like I predicted, no problems so far. Oh, Michel Abate comes side by side with Weisberg there. I'm not so sure how wise that was.
Yeah, that's a good point. But I love that. I think that's my favorite car in the field there is Weisberg's car. That Iron Smoke car looks really good. Now we've got Hurley right behind Michel Abate.
Yeah, this is great racing. Look at this. I mean, you really have to have your mettle here to be in this little fray. Abate, though, holding on. You've seen it all before. Boy, they love to race at close quarters in Trans Am. 19 of the 30 gone, so we're starting to get there now with 10 laps after this.
So now this is where people like Rafa Matos and Austin Green really kind of turn it on. They can, something changes in them. So watch out for those two cars to move up. But right now, it's Barry Bowes who's already made that pass. He's moving his way up. And Tyler Caceres in 5th place doing really well.
Yeah, I don't see Tyler Caceres putting too much pressure on Rafa simply because they are teammates. And Caceres is obviously coming in for a one-off. He'll play a defensive role, I think, for Rafa. But then again, Mayer's behind him, and they're all on the same team. And what a year for Nitro Motorsports. They had 6 consecutive wins at one point.
Yeah, it's an unbelievable team. There's just so much knowledge and passion there. And then they also, because of Nick Tucker's history and the go-kart racing, he knows where the talent is and the young talent, and they are bringing them to Nitro.
Well, we just saw Gallagher's car go through. This battle continues, a four-way battle between these guys, and still Cale Phillips holding on in the 99, holding off Barry Bowes, who's already had an accident where he had to come in and get a rear tire put back on the car because he stripped it down completely. He was lucky to get away with it, but they've got him back out there and he's competitive again.
But he's got to watch out. He's got Josh Hurley behind him. And we saw there Tyler Caceres going deep into the later spots of the Q3 bus stop. But here we go.
Phillips, massive pressure from Bowes. You say he lives in where did you live there?
Chattanooga.
Chattanooga. Oh, there you go.
Now they come around. This is another very tough carousel into the laces of the boot.
That's good driving by Bowes. He just was smart enough to just wait until the car was turned enough so he could get on the power early, and look at that overtake. Nicely done, and we were on board with it. Nice to see. But this is good driving from Bowes. I've been so impressed with him, and I agree with you. He's what? Fourth place?
Fourth in the Pro-Am.
Yeah, so he could easily make the podium.
So he's got Sabato in front of him. But look, Thomas Merrill again just making that gap on Austin Green. So Thomas Merrill, I may have called it wrong. I think he's the fastest car. We see Ty Young up there out of the race in the top of the screen.
Look at these two going at it. This is Young said. And Hendricks 75. Currently in 10th position. You want to hold on to that. He's had a bunch of top 10s. But right now, Tommy Sheehan, who's just got past, is keeping him honest. So we've got little pockets of racing all the way through this race, but it is Thomas Merrill, the 22 champion, leading the way ahead of Green and Drew. So still in Pro-Am, Sheehan 10th, Gallagher 2nd. Oh,
locking it up there.
He's the one. Jim Gallagher is second in Pro-Am right now, but he's got that front problem. And that could be affecting what's going on mechanically.
Well, certainly
in
if
the
the wind's coming down the front straight, as it often does here, we go on board with Michelle Abate. She's still fighting with Weisberg. And it was getting a little bit hairy earlier on. Flying. For sure. This is going to get interesting at the end here. We've got 9 laps to go, and you can see the leaders as they come through, starting to push on now. So everybody fighting for position, and whoa!
Doug Peterson and Jim Gallagher.
Yeah. I do. I think Gallagher's got problems with the setup of that car, and it's not just the outside piece of plastic hanging off there. I think there's more to it.
And then Barry Bowes, if he takes this position, he's on the podium at the Pro-Am.
Go on. Nicely done. Into the left-hander. Make it stick. Make it stick. Yes, he does. Barry Bowes. Good stuff. Nice work.
And now he's only got 2 cars in front of him to get to the next Pro-Am of Jim Gallagher.
Yeah, and he's got enough laps to do it, too.
But look at this, Austin Green there in the yellow car in the front, Jake Drew and Rafa Matos. Rafa Matos now getting up right behind Jake Drew.
Yeah, and Matos, Merrill controlling this race for Coke Cars, doing a good job. And just keeping that gap to just over a second. It's 1.6 seconds. It has been more than that.
Rafa looks good. That Concord American Flagpole Company car. Now, he used to be on Silver Hair. Then in front of him is Austin Green. He used to race 3-dimensional. So he knows a lot about these cars in front of him. So look for him to kind of move up when he sees a good, high probability pass coming, Jonathan.
Yep, and it's certainly going to start to get interesting in a minute when we get down to the last 5 laps or so here at Watkins Glen. 100 miles. We welcome you back to our viewers on MAV TV as Jim Gallagher trying to hold off Peterson, and he locks up massively into one, and Bowes goes through on Peterson, and Bowes is looking for another scalp here, and he can see the opportunity of getting past Jim Gallagher, and this would be for second place in the Pro-Am Series, with Sheehan leading it still in the top 10.
And Gallagher, it's not a brake bias thing, because it's only his right front that's going off, and that's where his problem is there on his front fascia, so watch out.
Speed, isn't it, for Bowes? Look.
Gallagher has the advantage going in, though.
Yeah, it's late braking, that's for sure. Into the bus stop they go, side by side, and Caton as well. Eric Caton, right in the middle of all of this. Great to see. He's currently in 14th position. Hurley now drops to 15th, then Sabato, Cale Phillips 17th.
Jim Gallagher's car just doesn't feel good. You can tell he's not comfortable in it as Barry Bowes gets around him. So Barry Bowes, second place in Pro-Am. We never would have thought that lap 2.
Going to need a safety car, I would have said, for Bowes to catch up with Sheehan, because Sheehan's pretty predictable. And there's the gap between the leaders. There's a battle on for second, third, and fourth. You're looking at it right now. Austin Green in second, Jake Drew, and then our championship leader, the number 60 of Rafa Matos of Brazil.
Really impressed with Jake Drew this season. He races the car like a veteran. He makes really good, calculated moves. Is always kind of there at the end of the race. Just a lot of talent there. I don't know where Silver Hair is finding this talent as well.
In North Carolina.
Yeah, unbelievable from Jake Drew. He really is racing like a veteran, and that's got to be really frustrating for a veteran like Rafa Matos.
Well, he's getting a lot of miles in, that's the key, different cars, and I think that every engineer, every mentor, coach, etc., tells me that there's no substitute for just laps. It doesn't matter whether it's a Miata, a bicycle, or a full-on muscle car. Being a bit facetious when I say bicycle, but really, laps is what really matters. And the more horsepower, the better. And the more time, seat time as we call it, the better. Austin Green, though, under massive pressure in these closing stages. It's far from over, this one. Merrill, though, in control. He's taking it up. He's taken another second out of Austin Green chasing him. And now the gap is 2.6 seconds. So this is very much how we expect Merrill to go racing. He's a smart cookie. Thomas Merrill, as Bowes still under pressure from early.
But Tom Sheehan is now in sight of Barry Bowes, so Barry Bowes knows that's his top step in the Pro-Am as Hurley is desperately trying to get around Bowes.
Look at this. Weisberg, Odrick. Well, Odrick's recovered well. Remember, he had a stop-go penalty for going on at the bus stop.
And he won in Pro-Am at Road America last round, so he's really fast in that black underwear Ford Mustang, Jared Odrick.
Well, there was a lovely picture of both Rafa and Odrick, both from Nitro Motorsports, and that must have been a wonderful moment for Jared. You know, he's only really just started his racing career, He's an ex-NFL player and an actor, and you know, a very colourful character. But to be there with one of the greats of Trans Am, in fact, not one of the greatest, he's got a record number of wins as Rafa Matos. So, yeah, I think that was a big moment for Jared to be in the same team as well, because that's who he's learning.
Yeah, and I will say this from talking to Jared, he is the most competitive person in the
Well, you don't get to the NFL without being competitive.
Yeah, and exactly, and he's very competitive with himself, and you know, that it's that kind of drive that will really make for a good driver. So if he stays with us here, which I really hope he does, great guy to have in the paddock. Expect him to really be, you know, on the top step in the podium a couple times.
Well, as you'd expect from an NFL player, he's a big lad, so I think Trans Am does suit him because he's tall. Well over 6 foot. I'm not quite sure exactly how tall he is.
Much bigger than me.
Yeah, big guy. Boris said Jr. just did his quickest lap of the race, and obviously as the fuel load goes down, that's going to help. 153.042. That one on lap 22, so hopefully a good finish for him. Really impressed with Tyler Cassera. He'll want to hold on to a 5th place here and prove to the world that he is worthy of TA2. And if you're watching at home, Tyler Cassera is a good guy to get behind from Pennsylvania.
Yeah, he got a 2nd place here at Watkins Glen a few seasons ago.
Gallagher
won at
locking up again.
Gallagher, that car just does not, it looks really upset.
It wants to go home, doesn't it? Look, he's everywhere. He's trying. I'll give him that. He's trying to hold on to it. He'll get it. He'll nurse it home, but whether he'll get on the podium, I tell you what, if he makes the podium, I'll be really impressed.
Yeah, because I think that's going to end up cutting
Odrick's going to go past him.
You got Weisberg right behind him.
Sabato, yeah. They're all lining up, aren't they? And even Nabato wants a bit of the action. So we've lost Annunziata, we lost Quapple.
Ty
Young early on.
Ooh, a lot of smoke going into the toe of the boot, and I think that's still Gallagher. He can't do that. He's going to just wear out those tires.
Michelle has to take avoiding action. Getting some great onboards from her, though, in this race. She's getting in the thick of it. It's funny, when you get back to the midfield, you realize just how hard they're racing back there.
Oh, yeah.
Just because they don't get the glory every day.
This is way more difficult than what Thomas Merrill's doing.
Right.
Thomas Merrill's car, he's loving how the car is set up. He's loving every minute of it. And Michelle is just out there in the thick of it.
They're all chasing a car that is just not capable of going fast as all those behind him, and they're trying to tiptoe past him. Odrick gets past.
Surely Gallagher's going to come in.
Well,
no, he's not. But that's
it's getting worse though. Look, it's rubbing on the right tire.
The inner sidewall.
See, look, as it rubs on the right front tire, it also turns the left front tire the other way. So he's now got bodywork rubbing. Look, that right-hand side front.
Michelle just passed 4 drivers.
It's taken Michelle out. Under braking, round goes Abate. And well, that was like an episode from the Sphere in Las Vegas. That's where she hails from, but she did a good job.
Just passed 4 cars in the last corner, and then it's all back. She's got to do it again.
Great stuff. Big moment, and we caught it on board. Welcome back to our coverage. It's been unbelievable so far. We've got plenty of drama going on. Michelle Abate's just done a complete 360.
Lots of damage there.
How she got away with that, I'll never know.
Yeah, unbelievable. Good save from both of them there.
Yeah. But that was Gallagher's fault. She went into the back. You could see the damage to the rear of Abate's car, and now she's got... here we go. We'll go... As she comes into turn 1, she gets hit from behind, and watch this. Round she goes. Awful.
What a save.
What a save. Good girl. That was tough. That was very tough. That is good driving. Very good driving indeed.
And now watch what happens to Cale Phillips here. See this Mustang on your far left. He gets some real good front end damage. So you can see there Gallagher going into her. She makes such a great save. Sabato goes out, but I'm trying to figure out where that happened to Phillips' car.
Yeah, that's an interesting one. You're right. She got that damage actually at the end of that. So all sorts of drama going on here as we go back on board with Michelle Abate from Las Vegas, Nevada, who's already had a spin and trying to keep back on the same lap, but she's done it. Her and Gallagher came together. Jim Gallagher struggling with a broken car, and now likewise Abate's doing the same. Meanwhile, the battle for 2nd, 3rd and 4th is far from over. Merrill, though, very much in control of this race. He's won this season earlier in the year, has Thomas Merrill, but he hasn't done a lot of winning, and he needs to do some more to close that gap. His last win at Road Atlanta.
Here comes Phillips in. You can see that front end damage. So that's Cale Phillips coming in, unfortunately. He was running really, really well.
So just 4 laps of the 30 to go here in our Q3 Architecture TA2 race from Trans Am. It had plenty of drama, but Thomas Merrill, for the HB Tuners, number 26, Coke Cars, is leading the way by 3.9 seconds. This is what Mike Coke was hoping for. Austin Green, Three-Dimensional Services car, is in second place, and Jake Drew, a healthy third place for his first time out here at the Glen. Meanwhile, the championship leader is circulating in fourth, and probably happy there. He's got his teammates behind him. They can keep up the rear guard, but here is a rather bitterly damaged Jim Gallagher in the number 16. So that's been through the absolute ringer, hasn't it? Look,
yeah, and we
he's
saw
got
that
to come in now.
We saw that coming 10 laps ago.
Yeah,
it just keeps going, but this time it folded into like the inner sidewall of the car.
Well, we were right about Barry Bowes. He's now up to second place, chasing down. There's a place between him and Hurley, between him and Sheehan, and that is Josh Hurley. And Hurley now passing Sheehan, but of course Josh Hurley is in TA2, and so now that leaves the battle between Sheehan and Bowes.
Getting some great information from our producer. Speaking of Jake Drew, who's currently in third, I think his grandparents kind of put a second mortgage or remortgaged their house so that he could go racing. So ladies and gentlemen, how are you not rooting for Jake Drew right now?
That's a good line, yeah. Well, that's a common story. Tyler Casera, you know, when he started out after the pandemic, was racing just with his dad and family. Literally, it was a 3-man team. And so there's a lot of really good stories here throughout the paddock of people just trying to make ends meet, to go racing, to do what they love, to follow their passion. Barry Bowes is definitely one of them.
We are in the very late stages of this race now. Can Barry Bowes, that's the car he needs to get around to be the top step of the Pro-Am, which
I'll tell you what, if he wins this, that's incredible.
Oh yeah, that'll be an unbelievable comeback, and especially for that Team SLR M1 Cars team to be able to get him back out there on the lead lap. Just unbelievable.
Scott Legacy is delighted if he does this. This is really good. And of course, Barry Bowes, second in the points, so he wants to hold off Bowes.
Now, I got to tell you a story. We came out of driver's meeting, and Tom Sheehan slapped Barry Bowes right in the rear, and Barry said, "Ooh, I'm going to return that on the track." So, ladies and gentlemen, watch out here. This might be happening in real time. Unbelievable. Barry gets right behind Tom Sheehan in that Vixen Cycle Company car.
Well, he's certainly in a good position to do so. These two are going to go all the way for the last 2 laps. Hurley has pulled away from them. Sheehan second in the Pro-Am points, about 100 points behind Bowes, and that's still enough to catch up with the amount of races we've got left. It's one of those times in the season, as Austin Green almost gets it wrong there coming out of the bus stop.
Both of them took a loose line.
Yeah, I think they're just trying to push each other. I think Drew is trying to force Green into a mistake. Green hanging on there.
They're so light now. They're almost through with their fuel weight, so the cars are set up totally different. And like we were saying, Jake Drew out there in third place, first time out here. But, you know, I was saying he drives like a veteran. We see there Barry Bowes around Tom Sheehan. So there we go.
He's
unbelievable from Barry Bowes.
That is really impressive. But it must be living in Tennessee. Here we go. Here's a replay of it, Ben. Pretty textbook, huh?
Yeah, he's just going to maybe outbrake him. He comes in really late. Oh, no, Tom Sheehan went late. Tom Sheehan just missed his mark just a little bit. And it's just little things like that.
That's all it took, yeah, and that's a classic place to go into hot and back on board with Bowes. What a story this is turning out to be. He's got a couple of laps now to make it happen. Meanwhile, here comes your leader, and look at the gap he's got to Austin Green. There's a possibility that Jake Drew could do something before the end, but I think this is how it's going to end, and I think this is quite fine for Rafa Matos, who will lose some points to Merrill, but he's not going to worry about that. He's got a haul of points himself as Rafa Matos, and he's done exactly what he said he would do with you, which is just take the points and go home.
Yeah, which is very smart. Championship, ladies and gentlemen. There's a different strategy to winning a race and winning a championship. I was talking to Brent Cruz about that last year. And he won a lot of races his first year. Then he wanted to win a championship his second year, and he took a totally different approach, and that's what we're seeing here with Rafa Matos. Thomas Merrill, there's nothing he can do. It doesn't matter how big of a gap he wins by. The points are still the same.
Well, the big news story for Ben Mayer, a previous winner already this season, he's in, what, 6th place at the moment. And with Annunziata not finishing this race, that's really good news. They were both, he was 13 points behind Annunziata at the start of this one, and, behind Thomas Merrill. And with Annunziata out, that means that Ben Mayer will get ever closer to Merrill and should be 3rd in the championship after this. Peterson.
Yeah, Doug Peterson, Eric Caton with that Ray Skillman Auto Group, a car dealerships out of central Indiana. So Eric Caton, I think he's their parts manager there, and they're sponsoring him to come race with us in TA2. So great story there. So if you're in central Indiana, please go by or look at cars at the Ray Skillman Auto Group.
There you go. Well, this has been a masterclass by Mr. Merrill. And he's going to power that HB Tuners number 26 with ProChuck having problems. He's flown the flag for the HB Tuners team. And Mike Cope race cars. And this is a typical Merrill performance, isn't it?
Yeah, and I got to say, Thomas, his friend Bowser, his crew guy couldn't be here this weekend. So, Bowser, I hope you're watching. I hope you're super proud of Thomas Merrill. I'm sure this race is for you, buddy. We all miss you and wish you were here. Can't wait to see you again. But, man, nice job from Thomas Merrill.
Yeah, and I'm just looking at the board. He got a good result at Road America. He got a 2nd place there, having started 5th. But he's only had that one win at Road Atlanta. So this is really going to, there's been a long break in the summer. You've kind of got time to think about it. It was 129 points.
Rafa
Matos actually getting around Jake Drew, so he has pounced at the right moment, has Rafa, and that makes a big difference. Boy, we'll be looking at Coda and going back to Watkins Glen and going, remember that 3rd place that Rafa got?
Yeah, unbelievable. We got a slow car here going around the carousel, but it looks like they're both going to be able to get through there. But unbelievable. Just another great Cube 3 Architecture TA2 Series race here at Watkins Glen.
No question. Into the boot for the final time then. Thomas Merrill leading the way. And a healthy lead too. A good result though for Austin Green. He's consistent at getting podiums. He's just yet to have that win. Coming down, just a few corners to go. We'll let Ben head down to Victory Circle. And we'll bring Thomas Merrill home. The man from Salinas, California. He's had a great few years in Trans Am. Hasn't won in Trans Am here. I was asking him before the race. He's won in the 6 hours of the Glen here a few years ago. So he knows how to win here. He's just never won in Trans Am. So this will be a great result on the East Coast for the West Coaster. And he is going to coast just there to the checkered flag. And Thomas Merrill wins at Watkins Glen here in TA2. And that's a valuable win and could make a huge difference when we get to the count back at Coda for the championship. Are we going down to the wire as we've done with Matos and Merrill in the past? Austin Green takes 2nd place. Rafa Matos does take 3rd. He got ahead of Jake Drew and stays there. Casera 5th. Ben Mayer 6th. Lostowski 7th. Andretti, having gone off on the grass and out of the track for a while, got back into 8th position. Finishes ahead of Boris Said in 9th. And Josh Hurley 10th. So Odrick, look at him pushing Peterson almost off the track. No respect by the NFL man. But and there is Barry Bowes winning in PA. Well, got across the line and you can see he's ahead of Tommy Sheehan. And that was a great result. 11th overall for Bowes, but another win to add to his win on the West Coast just a week ago. And but this is the one he wants to win in. And given that he was, without a tyre at the start of this race, that is a very impressive finish. Well, Abate was right in the thick of it in the 30, that's for sure. She's going to finish in 18th overall, 17th overall, just behind Sabato and Doug Winston. Weisberg 19th and Bruce Raymond crossing the line now in 20th position. So, all sorts of action there at Watkins Glen. Lots of attrition, lots of crashes, but out of it comes Thomas Merrill with another win, his 2nd on the season. Well, I'm really happy for Thomas Merrill. He works very hard. Even in the autograph session today, he was still poring over the computers before he could sit down and sign a few autographs for the kids and folks that were waiting for him. He's a busy lad, is our Merrill, but he also is an absolute study of the sport. And again, well done in the Pro-Am to Barry Bowes, Tommy Sheehan, and Jared Odrick will take third in that one. Well, we don't often have a TA2 race on a Friday, so it's been a little bit of a run around to get everything ready in time. And yeah, it might have upset a few people. And of course, Watkins Glen, never an easy track to set up for, although the conditions have been excellent for racing here. And in a moment, Ben Sissel will head down to Winner's Circle and hear from our top men. And if you're tuning in, don't forget Trans Am will be back with the TA, XGT, SGT and GT Championship on Sunday. We've got a full day of SVRA tomorrow. And so we'll also get qualifying for TA tomorrow. So that yet to be decided. Well, I don't think it will surprise you who we've chosen for our cool move of the race. And it was quite simply just a great piece of driving by Michel Abate to basically avoid what would have been a huge pileup of several cars. Here comes Thomas Merrill. And we welcome our viewers across the United States on MAV TV and wherever you're watching around the world. We welcome you back to Watkins Glen, where Thomas Merrill's just put on a masterclass in the Cube 3 TA2 Championship to narrow the gap just a little bit on his arch rival, Rafa Matos. But Matos did what he needed to do. He got third place and just made it basically the least amount of damage, having come from 9th position, I may add. So remember, Thomas Merrill started pole, so he just did his job. The credit should go to Matos from coming from 9th to 3rd right at the end. But don't take anything away. Coach Race Cars, Thomas Merrill and HB Tuners are very much in this hunt for the title. It's far from over. The way the point system is here in Trans Am, you get points for pole, you get points for fastest lap and most laps led. So you can get a big haul of points, especially if you're up the sharp end. And of course, most people in this grid, well, in the order, will score points. Hats off to Barry Bowes. That was a great victory for him. Well, as soon as that helmet comes off, I'm sure Ben will be ready. But that was an accomplished performance from Thomas Merrill from California. Let's head down to Ben Sissel. He's about to get our winner, Thomas Merrill.
Well, thank you, Jonathan. I'm here with Thomas Merrill. And Thomas, we were talking at the grid, and you did everything you needed to do. I know that's got to feel really good.
It does, man. I'll tell you what, one of the best feelings in motorsports is to lead a race and look in your mirror and not see anything. It was pretty awesome there in those closing laps. This is one of the best Mike Cope race cars I've ever driven. The hotter the tires got, the longer we ran, the faster it got. We set the fastest lap of the race, 2 laps there before the end. Can't say enough about what this crew has done, and just thinking about my buddy Jason the whole time. Wish he was here.
Yeah, we do too, and I mentioned him in the broadcast, so Bowser, wish you were here. We miss you. But looking at this HP Tuners car, did this happen early on in the race, or was that something from early? We were wondering about that.
Yeah, this was the first lap scuffle there. I think the 90 was off track, and he was making a hole coming back on. Fortunately, it didn't cost us much other than a little bit of bodywork damage, and not sure what happened to him. I hope it wasn't related, but you know, I thought he was going to be fast. He's that poor guy. Thomas is a good racer, and he's had some rough luck this year.
Unbelievable. Well, Thomas Merrill there in front. Now, the Rafa did finish 3rd, so he had an unbelievable performance. But we're going to come and talk to Pro-Am winner, because unbelievable. So let me talk about this. A few years ago here at Watkins Glen, Andy Lally cut a tire and had to come in and then go to the back and then come in and win. I never would have thought we'd have somebody spin, have to replace their tire, come in somehow on the lead lap, and then work your way back through the field to win Pro-Am. That's got to feel good.
Oh, it feels fantastic. And maybe I should just always start in the back. It worked for me in Portland. It worked for me pretty good here, too. You know, if I just started in the back, I might not have to go back to the back.
Unbelievable there from the crew at SLR M1. I saw Alan Mincy, who, you know, he knows how to change some tires. Yeah. But maybe it was the new racing apparel from Megan also.
Yeah, I do definitely think that, you know, they know she's there and she's watching, and nobody wants to let Megan down. So I think that might have a little bit to do with the crew's performance. Yep. But they were fantastic today.
Nice job. Well, Barry Bowes, first in Pro-Am. Unbelievable performance. Jonathan, I'm going to send it back up to you.
Thanks, Ben. Yeah, always good to hear from Barry Bowes. I don't care where he lives in the country. I thought he is an Austinite because ASIO Data, his company, is based in Austin, Texas. But, yeah, he's now moved down to Tennessee. But that was an excellent performance by him, and likewise Thomas Merrill for victory there. So, confirmation of the results then. Thomas Merrill with the win for HB Tuners Cope Race Cars. Three-Dimensional Services Group and another Ford Mustang in pack forwards 1, 2, and 3 with Austin Green second and Rafa Matos in third. Jake Drew takes fourth place. Good result. And remember, first time here, Casera, Mayer, Lostowski in seventh. Then Adam Andretti eighth. Boris Said Jr. ninth. And Josh Hurley rounding out the top 10 for Greenlight Simulation PCR. Then further down, Barry Bowes wins with PA and just beats Tommy Sheehan in the closing stages. Eric Caton is 13th. Odrick on the podium in PA in 14th overall. Then Doug Peterson, Sabato, Abate, Winston, Raymond, and Weisberg. That's your top 20 from TA2. And a little further down, Schiebel making his debut for Alliance Autosport. Gallagher with that damaged car. Cale Phillips, Annunziata, unfortunately, Quapple, Prochuk, and Ty Young all not finishing the race. Well, I mentioned it earlier, but you've got to think that the coolest move of the race is this by Michelle Abate. How she manages to avoid everybody here. Look, Gallagher hits the back of her. She brakes. He's got damage anyway. And somehow she just turns it all around. That could have ended in a 3, 4, maybe 5-car pileup. But she manages to hold it all together and hold it all together herself. That's a fast corner. Michelle Abate, cool under pressure, and therefore she is our coolest move of the race. So the highlights look like this. Merrill went into the lead. Annunziata tried to go around the outside. Bowes gets turned around. Andretti involved in it. Bowes gets a strip tyre and has to come in. We go under safety. That gives him a bit more time. He comes back out. Merrill gets the restart, and Annunziata holding off Drew in third. Bowes back into the fray, past Weisberg, siding his way through in the Pro-Am class. Meanwhile, at the front, Annunziata had a mechanical, stops at the bus stop, drops some oil, brings out the safety car. Austin Green gets past Jake Drew. Green on the run against the fellow youngster. And how about this? 4-5-way racing between these guys. Then, at the end, Tommy Sheehan trying to hold off Bowes, but Bowes would get through. And Drew would have to lose out to Matos, but there was no problems for Merrill. Merrill wins at Watkins Glen and closes the championship title chase. Let's head down to Ben Sissel as the podium is about to get underway.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's get loud. The Q3 Architecture TA2 Series Jamweed Winner Circle here at Mission Foods Watkins Glen SpeedTour. All right, this crowd is loud. I like that. Who wants a Q3 Stress Cube? Boo! Nice. Ooh, Michelle Abate with the catch. Here we go. Let's do this again. Come on now. Boo! Boo! Bowser! Boom! Oh, Bowser can't catch. All right, Nick Middleton, come on out here. Nick Middleton with Cube 3 Architecture, President, CEO. What a race.
What a race it was, yes. Well, great to be back here at Watkins Glen. That was a great 30 laps. Couldn't have asked for a better race with Thomas Merrill winning and watching Rafa basically being patient for the entire race and then finishing on the podium. So congratulations to everybody, all the crew, and all the spectators here today. Thank you for coming. Appreciate it.
How about that? How about a round of applause for our title sponsor, Cube 3 Architecture TA2 Series. All right, we're going to start with the Pro-Am. He got out of the car and almost fell down exhausted. He had to come do a drive-through penalty and then basically drive all the way back through the field. In third place, driving his black underwear Ford Mustang with Nitro Motorsports. Let's hear it, Jared Odrick. Now, Jared Odrick from the NFL, and he has a little dance after he sacks the quarterbacks. Oh, that's only when you win?
Yeah.
Oh, he says only when he wins. So you're going to have to come back because only when he wins will he do his special dance. But how about that? Jared Odrick. All right, in second place, driving that beautiful Vixen Cycle Company. Let's hear it, Tom Sheehan. Now, ladies and gentlemen, this doesn't happen. He spun and had to come in. He spun at the bus stop, or actually was spun at the bus stop, had to come in, change the tire, stayed on the lead lap, had to come back through just like he did a couple weeks ago at Portland to win the race. Let's hear it. Barry Bowes, Asio Data, M1 Team SLR. Unbelievable to stay on the lead lap like that. Man, what a race. Odrick. Man, I love it. That was a great race. We saw you come through the bus stop. You had to serve that penalty. I'm sure you were heat on high, but then you had a goal and you wanted to be back up here on the podium.
No question. I just had to listen to my crew, just stay focused. You know, Cody was in my head like he is all weekend, guiding me through there. You know, I have a tendency to get hot-headed in the car if something happens to me, and he kept me cool. And so did this cool suit I have underneath this black underwear suit. So I felt really good. My family's here supporting me, and nothing felt better. Thank you.
Where's the Odrick family? There they are. Look at that. I like that. Tom Sheehan, man, just doing really well in the Pro-Am. You've been on the podium with us at Watkins Glen a few years ago. That's got to feel pretty good.
Yeah, I think we had this one kind of handed to us, served up, but that last run just couldn't get pace, and Barry caught us at the end there. Great drive by Barry. Nice job by both these guys to fight their way back up. A lot of cautions, a little mayhem at the beginning. We just stayed clean, and so we got a pretty good car to run next weekend up in Canada.
Nice. How about that? Tom Sheehan, ladies and gentlemen, Ironman. Now, something I want to point out, too, these are like three of our top teams. So you've got Nitro, you've got Cope, and you've got M1, Team SLR. And Barry Bowes, you know, maybe we talked about, maybe you do need to start from the back because you finish really well when you do.
Yeah, I know, driving from the back was not what I wanted to do, but the car, I got to ask the guys whether they treated the tires or something because it was amazing, and it did everything I wanted it to. It did more than it should, and it was able to get me back up there.
How about that, ladies and gentlemen, Barry Bowes. Barry, anybody you want to thank?
Asio Data, Megan, the crew, Team SLR, those guys did the fastest tire change out there. They got the, Team SLR brought in the guys from NASCAR, that little series, and they know what they're doing. And without them, I wouldn't be here. Thank you.
Exactly. How about that, Barry Bowes? He's talking about like the likes of like Alan Mincy, who's won some championships in the NASCAR Cup Series. All right, get loud. Watkins Glen right now. Jared Odrick, Tom Sheehan, Barry Bowes, Cube 3 Architecture here at the Mission Foods Watkins Glen SpeedTour. All right, let's see what kind of arms they have. Who wants a Cube 3 Stress Cube? Get a picture first, Chris, and then you guys can throw them out. I'm getting ahead of myself. All right, pressure's on, guys. Let's see what you got. All of them are right-handed. Ooh. Whoa. That was a good toss there, Odrick. Right at him. All right, Watkins Glen, come on now, get loud. You see how hard they work to be up here in the Pro-Am. Unbelievable performance. Get loud, Watkins Glen. Jared Odrick, Tom Sheehan, Barry Bowes. Now remember, we're racing to Canada next weekend. Hope you have a good dry cleaners. Go for it. Jared Odrick, Tom Sheehan, Barry Bowes. Right into the eyes. That might actually feel kind of good. All right, come on, Watkins Glen, one more time. Hey, nice job. Nice job, Barry. Unbelievable. Tom, nice job, man. TA2 National Masters. This guy is just making a run for it, running in this beautiful Bruce B. Miller camouflage car, because Bruce, one of our dear friends, photographer that's been out here helping all of us out, is a Vietnam veteran. He gave me his Vietnam veteran pin to put up in my truck, still up in my truck, but we lost him this year right before Sebring. But our TA2 National Masters goes to Doug Peterson, three-dimensional services group. Unbelievable. And I got to give it up for this Trans Am champion, Doug Peterson. The three-dimensional services group, Doug, has done so much for us. The Trans Am Series, I know that you're competing in Xfinity so much this year, and Austin's doing so great in that, and it's great to have you guys back. But thank you so much for all that you've done with us.
He's not doing that great.
Oh, man.
He hasn't won anything yet.
Oh, he was so close to Sonoma, though. So how was your race out there?
You know, my race was great. I saw a lot of people spinning out, running into each other. I might have even gotten pushed on that last lap just a little bit, but fantastic. The track is amazing. Our car setup wasn't 100%, but I loved every minute of it.
So do you feel like when you're running a camouflage car that the other cars just can't see you?
Yeah, maybe that's it.
Yeah, you used to be in a bright yellow car, but with this one, maybe they're not seeing you.
Yeah, I still really do miss Bruce. He was a crazy guy, and we really got along well.
Great guy. How about that? Chris, do we need him on the top step? Or Doug, do you mind going on the top step? There you go. How about that? Doug Peterson, ladies and gentlemen, three-dimensional services group. Doug Peterson is just one of those team owners, drivers that has done so much for the series. Hold on, Doug, we got a hat dance. This isn't your first time up here, man. Come on now. Oh. One more time, Doug Peterson, three-dimensional services group, TA2 Masters. Nice job. Now, you know Austin Green's mom is here. You okay with those comments, Mom? She says, yeah, thumbs up. She's fine with it. Nice job, Doug. TA2, Cube 3 Architecture TA2 Series. The championship has been crazy. And ladies and gentlemen, our points leader, I think he started like 9th and was able to just methodically move his way up. He told me at the grid he didn't want to do anything to take himself out of the race, and he did just that. Really good points race for him. Concord American flagpole. Let's hear it. Rafa Matos, Nitro Motorsports, 3rd place. The most winning driver in TA2 history. So, Rafa, nice job, man. Ladies and gentlemen, this guy has been with us the last 2 or 3 seasons, always really fast, always in the hunt for our young guns. But this year he thought he'd go do some races in Xfinity and come do a few with us. And whenever he does, he puts on a show. Three-dimensional services group. Let's hear it. Austin Green. And then I don't know how he does it. He's there with the points. These two seem to go at it at the end of the season in championship hunts. Ladies and gentlemen, starting from first, I think he got the fastest lap. I think he may have broken a record here in TA2. Let's hear it. HP Tuners, Mike Cope Race Cars, Thomas Merrill. And again, I want to point out how competitive this season and this series is. So we've got Nitro Motorsports, we've got Three-Dimensional Services Group, and we've got Mike Cope Race Cars, HP Tuners right here. 3 different top teams up here on the podium with us. Rafa, you did exactly what you thought. And when you were there fighting Jake Drew and you were in 4th place, I didn't know if you would take any kind of risks. I didn't think you would take a risk because I thought you'd be pretty happy with that. But when it came to you, you just went for it, didn't you?
Yeah, we had to, right? We had sort of a rough qualifying this morning, but we took a big swing with the car setup. Hats off to my crew chief, Mark Durgin, did an amazing job. And every single member of the team, Nitro Motorsports, you know, the whole team works really well together. And hats off to Concord American Flagpole, Chris Dyson, believing in this program. It was a good race for us. We had to push early on. I had to kind of take my time, you know, in the middle of the race, wait to burn some fuel in the car to regain some balance. But at the end, I think we had a pretty good pace. Kept the pressure on Jake Rue. He made a mistake in the last corner. We went side by side in turn 1. I was able to make the move. Went after Austin. I think we had, you know, enough to get him if we had a couple more laps. But, you know, I don't think we had enough for the number 26 today. This car was just a lot faster. And, you know, but just a good result overall for us. I think it's going to take a lot of, you know, thirds and fourth place to win the championship. You know, to win and climb on the podium is just a big bonus for us.
How about that, ladies and gentlemen? Rafa Matos, 3rd place. Then we come over here to Austin Green. Austin, you know, really missed you at the races that you haven't been at, but man, the races that you come to, you guys put on a great show. Tell us about your race out there.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, we've been working on a bunch of things all weekend, and you know, kind of had a little bit of trouble in qualifying, so started 8th, and you know, all the guys at Peterson Racing and 3-dimensional service group made a lot of good changes. So just had to stay out of all the trouble and be there at the end, and just can't thank Doug Peterson enough for allowing me to do this. And you know, we come back here in 3 weeks with Xfinity, so I've got a little bit of extra laps. So hopefully we can continue our success there.
Nice. How about that, Austin Green with some seat time. And please, if you're coming back here with Xfinity, you need to be rooting for this guy, Austin Green. Now, somebody bring me up Bowser. Come on now. All right, ladies and gentlemen, this is Bowser. He's always the crew chief with Thomas Merrill. Couldn't be here. This is actual size, by the way. But, Thomas, I know you kind of dedicated this to Bowser, who couldn't be here with us this weekend.
Yeah, man, I was thinking about Jason the whole race long, how much he would enjoy being here and seeing that in person. I know he's watching on TV, probably enjoying it and helping him think about something else for a change. He's had a tough week, but I'll tell you, it was an honor to drive this race car today. That was one of the best race cars I've ever driven. It just kept getting better, and the proof's in the pudding in the lap time and the performance. So big thanks to the crew for giving me a heck of a race car.
How about that? Thomas Merrill up here. Now let's talk to Bowser. Bowser, how was the race? Yeah, man, a few words is Bowser. Here you go. Thank you so much. Come on now, let's hear it. Thomas Merrill, HP Tuners. There we go. I like this crowd, Watkins Glen. Keep it up, but I need you guys a little bit louder. Just a scotch. So hold those up, the Cube 3 stress cubes. Yeah. How about that? Now throw those things out there, ladies and gentlemen. Look at that. Ooh, ooh. All right, now, here we go. Thomas Merrill, catch. All right, we've got these great Pirelli teddy bears. Get loud, ladies and gentlemen. If you want a collectible Pirelli teddy bear, you guys are able to throw those out, give those out, whoever you want. There we go. Oh, Tyler Caceres, Dad caught one. Michelle Abadi with the hands. And then Rafa Matos, there we go. How about that? All right, guys, hold those trophies up. We need the Pirelli hats, right, Chris? Anybody want a Sunoco hat? Boo! Oh, Nick Middleton. Come on now. Here's who wants Rafa's. Boo! Ooh. Just damaging cars out here. All right, Watkins Glen coming down to the last chances. Let's get loud. Rafa Matos, Austin Green, Thomas Merrill, Cube 3 Architecture TA2 Series. Wait. Mom, is he old enough? This is the first. I think this is the first this season that every driver in TA2 has been old enough for some champagne. So let's do it, ladies and gentlemen. Watkins Glen going right at it. And we are racing next weekend in Canada. See, look at that. Austin Green able to do the champagne now. Congratulations. How about that, Watkins Glen? Hey, nice job. Don't go too far, Thomas. What did you say? Happy 2 years. He says he's been able for 2 years, so sorry about that, Mom. Our cool box, cool move of the race. She was in the thick of it the whole time. Cool box is our iceless cooling system. So the cool box, cool move of the race goes to Michelle Abadi. Ghost Energy, Lucas Oil, Nitro Motorsports. Jimmy live on the scene, you gotta love that. All right, Michelle, How did you stay cool out there? Because you were in the thick of it. You kept coming to your in-car, and there were always 2 or 3 cars in front of you, smoking, spinning, just doing everything.
Yeah, it was pretty wild. This race I stayed cool with Ghost Energy because I actually didn't have any cool system in my car, so we're going to give Cool Box a check out because it was pretty hot in there, and if you can't win the race, you might as well look cool, right? So I'm really glad to be out there. I have to thank Nitro Motorsports, gave me a great car. I didn't know, is the award for the pirouette or was it for passing 4 cars in 11? Because I don't know.
I think it was, well, you passed 4 cars in 11, then you got punted at 1.
So I should get 2 of these. Yeah. Okay.
Now, is this a new flavor? I haven't seen that before.
This is the brand new Ghost Energy Welch's Grape came out. Actually, it comes out in September. Wait, what day is it? Yeah, it's out. Go get the Ghost Energy because I wouldn't be racing without them. Thanks, guys.
Nice. How about that? Michelle Abadi. Chris, are we good? Wait, Michelle, hold on. That's my fault. I called you off too quick, and hold that up, Michelle, the suit. Sorry, Chris, my fault. Now, ladies and gentlemen, stick around because not only do you get all this, you get all that and a bag of chips. So if anybody wants some Mission chips, please come up after this. Our Omolagato Watch fastest lap. I believe he set a record here with TA2. Let's go, Thomas Merrill, Cope Race Cars, HP Tuners. Ardex. So hold that watch up there, Thomas. You got that, Chris? All right, Thomas, congratulations. How about that, Thomas Merrill? Now, ladies and gentlemen, you're free to come up here, get a bag of chips. If you want to bring one of these Cube 3 stress cubes home, that does it for the Cube 3 Architecture TA2 Series at Watkins Glen. We will be back here next year, Michael, at the normal time, correct? At the normal time. How about that? Come up here for family photos. But the TA race is happening this weekend, too, so stick around. Thank you guys so much for coming out.
And our thanks to Ben Sissel for doing the podium and getting the interviews and hearing the stories of what was a storied TA2 race from Watkins Glen. Never disappoints, and we can get a chance to see it all again. Don't forget, on MAV TV, that's Thursday, August 29th. That's this Thursday at 8 p.m. Eastern. That'll be the highlights of the race you just saw, TA2, and the highlights of the TA, XGT, SGT, and GT race, which takes place on Sunday, will also be on Thursday night on MAV TV, straight after the TA2 at 9 p.m. So that's your night for Trans Am Racing, Thursday nights on MAV TV. Well done again to Thomas Merrill. He takes a few points out of Rafa Matos, but the mighty Matos is getting ever closer to that 3rd title. But there's always a twist in the tail. That's how we like it in Trans Am. From all of us here, our thanks to Greenlight Television. We'll be back with more. But thanks for tuning in to watch the Muscle Cars of America of TA2, the Cube 3 Architecture Series.
Good is this? Look at this view from Losowski.
It brings all my fans, it brings the audience into the car with me.
Speed turn, 140 mile an hour entry speeds.
the quickest and most efficient way for me to get information to my drivers is from using the V-Box HD2 system.